All right, shalom everyone. I hope you can hear me very well. Peace for those who love peace, and no peace for the wicked, the Lord said. As usual, today we'll talk about the God of Islam and why Islam is godly according to Muslims. I found this video actually just a few minutes ago, and I did not watch it, but I did scroll like just to read, to see what it's about. And here is supposedly this is an American doctor who converted to Islam. Why he converted to Islam? If you will know why, you will die laughing. If anyone knows this man, he do not need to contact me. I mean, you contact me or not, this is your business. Tell him to watch my video and see how silly, how stupid he is. I mean, I could not believe it, and based on what I heard here, I don't know if there is a script for this video. There is no script. There is any script? No. All right. So we can go to point one by one. But I will show you why Islam is just nothing but fictions. And as always, all of you say in the comment, Islam without lie, die. So let us hear his story and we continue from there.
A Catholic, I was raised to believe God created everything. And then we pray to everything else. One of my younger brothers is into Christianity now, and he says, everything in the name of Jesus. And that's, that obviously a sin for us. And I said, well, if you believe Jesus is part of God, then why can't you just say God? And he just spends hours.
Here you see how stupid this conversation is. His brother is nobody. He is into Christianity. So he said to him, if Jesus is part of God, why you can't say God? First of all, who said to you just Jesus is part of God? Do God have parts? So look how silly and how stupid. So his brother, he is into Christianity. Like, is he like a person who have knowledge in Christianity? Is he a person or like a professor? Is he a priest? No, his brother, he said to him, if Jesus is part of God, why you don't say God? And he spent hours, he cannot say it. Who said we cannot say it? Yes, Jesus is our God. Actually, I decided to change the title, put his name there. The most silly, the most stupid interview. Actually, I would just leave it the most silly, most stupid. Maybe that will get his attention to watch my video and laugh at himself. And later I will change even the picture of the video. Actually, you know what? Let me change it now. All right. We want to see part where his face is coming close. All right, this is perfect one. And the funny here, that this guy, he claimed that he was a Catholic, but he did not know if Jesus is God, him and his brother, or he is a part of God. Part of God? What does that mean? Finger? Arm? It's your God who have parts, not our God. Anyway, we will see how this conversation go, and we will laugh. Which minute it was when he said that? Let's see, I'm not sure. Yeah.
At the same time. And you can't pray to something else or to another name and live with the idea that you're praying to God. At least I couldn't.
How was the temple? I'm sorry. How was the climate? Same thing with you towards at that time with on the ground towards Islam at that time.
In 1995, there was just no pushback. My parents thought it was just a phase I was going through, and they figured I'd grow out of it. So there was no pressure in any direction. I think the biggest pressure comes from my side, worrying about being the only McBride in heaven, at the time. And now we have, I'm blessed with the children and the family.
Now, did you go back to, like most Christians, they go back to their pastor, they go back to the preacher, they go back to their church and say, look, I have some questions, I'm trying to figure out this Trinity, I believe in God. Did you go back and wrestle with him? No?
It's clear that, alhamdulillah, Allah chose me to be a Muslim. He chose each and every one of us to
Allah, He showed him to be a Muslim. I see.
be a Muslim. So after that, it's very linear. I mean, there's nothing else to wrestle with for me. Some people may. I tend to be very linear about a lot of things, and there's no going back. I mean, Islam is the only monotheistic religion. So
this fool, he do not know a single thing about Islam, obviously, because Muslims are not monotheist. In fact, he said that he took the Shahada. The Shahada is a proof that Islam is not monotheist. In fact, we know the story when a Jewish woman or a Jewish person came to Muhammad and schooled him about not being monotheist. And then Muhammad, he obeyed the Jew. He obeyed the Jew. And he told them, from now on, do say as this Jewish man said. In fact, women, it was a woman. Like it can be a Jewish woman, it can be a Jewish man, but doesn't matter. Read carefully. Women from Juhayna, that a Jew came to the Prophet and said, you are setting up a revile to Allah. By the way, I'm sure she did not say Allah, she said to God, and associating others with him. What is the accusation? Muhammad is a mushrik. He is a pagan. He is not monotheist. And the woman the man he provide his proof to Muhammad. You say, whatever Allah wills, and you will. And you say, by the Kaaba, they swear by stones, they swear by rocks, they swear by a house, which is a pagan house. So the Prophet command them, look how he switched. He did not say to the Jew, you are wrong. So the Prophet command them, if they went to swear an oath, to say by the Lord of the Kaaba, and to say whatever Allah wills, then what you will. So how Muhammad is monotheist, and now he decide to stop his main line of Islam and follow a Jew? It's not Allah who corrected him. If Muhammad truly is a prophet and his God is a God who teach monotheism, then how this woman or this man is schooling Muhammad about you being mushrik, and Muhammad agree? And the proof he agree, he did exactly what the Jewish asked for. He did not even argue. He told them, from now on you say this, you swear like this. Secondly, when this fool he speak about monotheism, those who worship Satan, they are monotheist. Does that mean that they are right? There are many religions in the world, they are monotheist. It's stupid when he said Islam is the only monotheist, when Islam in fact is not. And we have more proofs. In fact, Christianity is monotheist. Believe the Trinity is not a three gods. We believe in one God. Isn't it Jesus in John 17, he says, and you are the only true God? And then Jesus says, I and the Father in me. And he said, whoever saw me, he saw the Father. We don't have three gods. So you are just a fool who do not know what are you talking about. Secondly, when you say the Shahada, you are not even following Islam. Because we cannot find the Shahada in the Quran. The only one who takes Shahada in the Quran is Allah. And Allah, he witnessed that there is no God but He. Which is very stupid. Which is a proof that monotheism is not exist. How Allah is God, and then he witnessed that Allah is God. Chapter 3, verse number 18. Allah bears witness that La ilaha illahu. Allah witnessed to who? You see, eyewitness, like the word witness can be used in the court in the front of other audience, and usually they have authority even to question me. So you are a witness in the court in the front of the judge, so he asks you a question, did you see this, did you say that? And then either you confirm or you deny or you tell the story. So Allah is witnessing to who? Is that an act of monotheist God? He bear witness to who? In order to do that, you have to have a higher authority. If he is witnessing that to the angels, that is even stupid. Because isn't the angels already worshiping him and they believe he is God? If he witnessed that to the human being, we did not see that. When? I did not hear him. Anyone heard him? When Allah, he did the Shahada. And as long the Shahada should contain only Allah name, why the Muslim Shahada contain Muhammad name? Isn't it, this is exactly what a shirk is? This is the creation of Muhammad. It's not even in the Quran. Muhammad, he added his name with the name of his God, and they made them equal. Because when you say the Shahada, so-called Shahada, and you put the name of the God and with the name of a man, both in the same line, and you make it that is the line to be a believer, not to believe in Allah. Not to believe in Allah. To say the name of Muhammad with the name of so-called Allah. Not only that, the Muslims, they associate the knowledge of Allah with the knowledge of Muhammad. We will find tons of stories about Allah, and Muhammad knows best. Allah and Muhammad knows best. How we can say such a thing? How Muhammad and Allah knowledge knows best? You see, best, like Allah, not Allah the better and Allah and Muhammad is lower. No. Like here we have the foolish Muhammad speaking about the sun movement from the east to the west. So Abu Dhar was with Muhammad in the top of a donkey during the time of the sunset, and Muhammad asked him, do you know where the sun goes? The man, he says, I replied, Allah and his apostle knows best. Knows best, not better. You can use say better, no problem. But in fact, in Arabic, it says best. Isn't it this is exactly what a shirk is? To associate a man knowledge with the knowledge of God, making them equally they know better. And look what Muhammad said, which is a clear proof that Muhammad is an idiot. He claimed that the sun goes every day and asks for permission and sleep under the throne of Allah and then come back, and that will continue until the day of judgment, until one day the sun will ask for permission to leave and come to rise again, but Allah will not give permission to it, but He will command the sun to rise from where it's coming from, which means from the west. And yet this foolish so-called doctor, he claimed that Islam is a religion of monotheist and Islam is a religion of science. In the same time, he make many poo-poo claiming that he was a Catholic, but yet he do not know that we don't believe that God had parts. And the Trinity is monotheism, is not gods. There's no Christian belief that we have three gods. No Christian. If you believe in three gods, you are no Christian. Not a single Christian. Doesn't matter what the church, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox. If you believe we have three gods, then you are a false person. You are not a Christian. You can give yourself a different name. So he do not know his own so-called religion. Obviously he have nothing to do with it. He lies saying that his brother, he asked him if Jesus is part of God, which is a stupid question. What part is that? Jesus is God. He's divine. He is the Son of God, and Jesus as God is the visible image of the invisible God. This is what the Bible says. When God, He created Adam from the beginning of the book in the Old Testament, it says God created Adam in His image. In His image He created him. He confirmed that twice. Let us continue with this fool man. I hope he will watch my video. If anyone know him, give him my video so he can laugh at himself. Wearing a suit, claiming he have a degree, and the disaster is coming, because you will hear now why he supposedly converted.
There's no discussion or thought process with any other option.
But now the Christian says, look, but who's dying for your sins now? Who's paying the price for your sins? What do you say?
Man, how can you think someone else is going to be burdened with the sins I created, and how
Just to show you that you are a certified donkey. Excuse me, I have to be tough on you, because you are literally stupid. Islam teach that. Islam teach that somebody else will pay for your sin. Don't you know that, you idiot? Let me show you. See, this is what they told him. He is a grown man, but he is just a fool. He have a brain of a teenage. He just made a mockery of how somebody will pay for your sin. We heard him, right? Read. Read and laugh at yourself, you idiot. False doctor. Isn't this is your religion? And this is very authentic. This is not a joke. This is Sahih Muslim. Al-Bukhari. All the garbage you see in front of you. So according to Muhammad, you don't pay for your sin? No, you don't. Read. When it will be the day of resurrection, Allah would deliver to every Muslim a Jew or a Christian and say, this is your rescue from hellfire. So he will pay for your sin. But this idiot, he is making mockery about how Jesus will pay for your sin. And obviously, he do not know what does that mean. You see, your sin is there. The sin of a human being is there. It's not gone. What it meant that Jesus paid for our sin, that because now Jesus, he allow us to be forgiven, to be part of his kingdom. So the sin which preventing us from going there is not going to stop us from going there no more, because we repented, we don't want to be sinner no more, and now we believe in him. So paying for your sin is not really about being like a fool. This is about mercy. Like, you idiot, the Muslim will say to you that Allah forgive all sin except one sin. What is that? Shirk. So who paid for your sin? How come you are not paying for your sin? It turned to be you believe in the same thing. Did Allah pay for your sin? If not, why you are not being punished? And in the same time, as you see, your false prophet, he is saying that you don't pay for your sin. You don't. The Christians and the Jews will pay for your sin. You know, sometimes like they bring you a person like he is a doctor, supposedly. So you expect like he's educated, he is, but you can tell he have a brain of a teenage. And I wish he would watch my video so he can die laughing at himself. And I challenge him to come and debate me. Him and the guys in the Dean show. By the way, I called them many times before, but those cowards, they never let me go through. There's other hadith. And this hadith says the following. Read, Abdul, read. Dr. what? What's your name? Dr. McBride? Well, you became the bride of Muhammad. Muhammad is going to do a lot of things to you in heaven. Read with me if you know how to read. In the day of judgment, and this is very authentic, very authentic. This is Sahih Muslim. So don't let the Muslim play with you saying, oh, this is not authentic. Oh, this is not true. This is very authentic. Muhammad said, there would come people amongst the Muslims on the day of resurrection with as heavy sin as mountain. How much? As mountain. And Allah would forgive them, and he would place in their stead the Jews and the Christians. Between two brackets, as far as I think, Abu Rawab said, I don't know as to who is in doubt about, this is the rest of this comment. So you see the stupidity. This guy, he is making mockery of the act of Jesus of mercy. But he himself, they told him that Allah forgive your sin. But hold on. In fact, according to Islam, he will not go to heaven. How we know that? How we know that? Let me show you. Allah forgive all sin except what? The sin which is a shirk. Was he before believing in Jesus? He claimed yes. He claimed he was a Catholic. Allah will not forgive you. And here we are talking about the sin you already did in the past. So the sin, supposedly Allah forgive all sin. The Muslims do all kind of sin. People do all kind of sin, except one sin. So even if you are a gay, you go to heaven in Islam. In Christianity, no. You can stay as a gay and you go to heaven. You can stay, you can work as a whore and you will go to heaven. Because all what you need to do, you say the Shahada. So it sounds like the Shahada will pay for your sin. So the second you say the Shahada, your sin is gone. And then Allah, He placed your sin on the Christian and the Jews. But in chapter 4, verse number 48, it says Allah will not forgive specific sin which you ever commit. That is shirk. So if you claim that you used to be Christian, well, already you commit actually more than this, because at that time you were not even worshipping Allah. Shirk is associating someone with Allah. Like the Arab pagan are no different from the Muslim pagan, because both of them, they worship Allah. You see, the Muslims, they try to make you believe that the Arab, they were pagan, they believe in different God. No, the Arab believe in Allah. This is why Muhammad's father, according to Muslim, his name is what? Abdullah, the slave of Allah. But Muhammad's father was a pagan. Yet his father's name is Abdullah. This is why Muhammad, he says, Abi wa abuka fin nar. My father and your father are in hell. So the pagan, they worship Allah. Muhammad's father, his name is Abdullah, the slave of Allah. Yet he is going to go to hell. Why? Because in chapter 4, verse number 48 says, Allah forgive all sin except shirk. So according to the stupid religion of Islam, whoever convert to Islam, he will not go to heaven. So look how many wrong information this guy, he been given, and he give false information about Christianity, and he have a very false information about Islam. He think in Islam nobody will pay for your sin, when Islam says yes, the Muslims will come with sin like mountains, and Allah will place instead of them sin like mountains, as heavy as mountain. Imagine how bad that is. You have to be way more filthy than Muhammad himself, because I don't think Muhammad have sin as mountains. He have sin as maybe a billion kilogram, but not a mountain. Yet Allah will place instead of you, somebody else will pay for your sin. Yet this idiot is making mockery of Jesus doing the act of mercy and love and forgiving your sin. Paying for your sin, it doesn't mean you don't pay for your sin. That's false. Paying for your sin means giving you a chance to be forgiven. When you do sin, you have a debt in the front of God. You have responsibility in front of God. So you go to the judge. You cry in front of the judge. You say to him, I am sorry, I repent. I will never do it again. Give me a chance. The judge, because he's loving, he say, okay, I will give you a chance. I love you. That's what it's meant that Jesus paid for our sin. And doesn't mean we can go and commit sin and live as filthy like Muhammad. Because as you see here, Muhammad is encouraging his followers to commit sin. Because if you say to me, and I'm a Muslim, you will come in the day of resurrection and with sin like mountains. And don't worry, Allah will put someone as a Christian and a Jew in the front instead of you. Then I will do more sin. You are encouraging me to do sin. This is why Islam is satanic. In Christianity, you cannot do that. In Christianity, it doesn't matter how many times you say God, God, Jesus said. Not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord. This is stupid fool, he said. The Christians, his brother is a Christian, but he was struggling to say why he don't see that Jesus is God. For sure Jesus is God. Isn't it Jesus himself? Not everyone said, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do his will. Not everyone who say to me, God, God, worship me by his tongue, by his mouth, but the one who do. So paying for your sin, it doesn't give you a license for sin in Christianity. In Islam, it giving you license for sin, because you sin, I pay. And this is telling you how much hateful Muhammad is to the Christian and the Jews. In fact, how much stupid Islam is. How come he did not mention the Hindus? Because Muhammad never heard of them. At that time, the Greek, they worship Venus, they worship all kinds of gods. How come he did not say the one who worship Venus? He didn't know. All what he know is what he saw around him, the Jews, the Christians. And he know nothing about them, except what he learned, and most of the information as mistakenly written in the Quran. Like the stupid Muhammad in the Quran claimed that the Christians believe in the Trinity, which is including Mary, which is absolutely false. No Christian believe that Mary is divine. And some stupid, they will say to you that the Catholic, they pray to Mary. That is a big fat lie. They ask Mary to pray for them. They are not praying to Mary. You can go and read the Rosary. It says, Mary, blessed Mary, pray for us. They are not praying for her. Pray for us. So Muhammad is a fool. This man is a fool. And the Deen show is a striptease show. And we are going to strip you apart, the Deen show.
Sins now. Who's paying the price for your sins? What do you say?
Man, how can you think someone else is going to be burdened with the sins I created?
See?
And how unfair is that?
How unfair is that? Exactly, how unfair. Who said this is fair, you idiot? Who said that this is about fair? Fair is to go to hell. Fair is to be tortured. So let me ask you now, is it fair that your sin will be forgiven now because you became a Muslim? Is it fair that all the bad things you did in your life, just because you say Shahada, you are going to go to heaven, and in the day of judgment, Allah will place a Christian or a Jew instead of you? You are just a fool. And you have a new name, Abdul.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, huh?
When you think about it, if Jesus really died for all of our sins, then we can go with why be good at all.
That is a big fat lie. The whole Bible is against that. Isn't it the Bible says fornicators, drunken, and homosexual, they will not enter the kingdom of God? The unrighteous, they will not enter the kingdom of God. Isn't it Jesus says, from their fruits you shall know them? You are just an idiot. Liar. What a fraud. Is it possible that a man in this age, he do not know really what Christianity teach? So Christianity now teach that you can go and do sin? That's it, Jesus died for your sin? It is you Muslims who believe in that. We have a video of Zakir Naik, police looking for him. Do you remember it? He explained that if you say Shahada, you go to heaven. Your sin is gone.
With the Junaid asked the question that what is the difference between Islam and Christianity? When the Christians say that Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, has paid for our sins, and we counter them and saying that if he's paid for our sins, then we can rob, we can cheat, we can rape and...
See how they lie? I challenge any Muslim to show me where it says we can do that after we believe in Christ. Big fat liar. Abdul.
Paid for, so no problem, so it's illogical. So won't that same thing apply for the Muslim? Then we say in Islam, Allah is most graceful, Allah is most forgiving. So if you do a sin, you repent and Allah will forgive you. Isn't it the same? There is a world of a difference between the two. There's a difference of chalk and cheese.
Exactly, so sure.
You may feel, you may think it's the same, but there's a world of a difference. As far as the Christian concept is that Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, died for the sins of humanity, this is not mentioned in the Bible. It is the wrong teaching of the church that they claim.
Guys, it's not mentioned in the Bible. This is the teaching of the church. Hold on. I want to ask the stupid AI. I mean, Lily Jake, she can do better than you donkey. Where in the Bible it says that Jesus died for our sin?
The Bible consistently teaches that Jesus died for our sins. This is a central theme of Christian theology and is found in numerous passages throughout the New Testament. Here are some key verses. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 3. For I delivered to you as of first importance what I also received, that Christ died for our sins in accordance with the Scriptures. ESV. This is a foundational statement of the gospel message. Romans chapter 5, verse 8. But God shows his love for us in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. ESV. This highlights the sacrificial nature of Jesus' death as an act of God's love. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 24. He himself bore our sins in his body on the tree, that we might die to sin and live to righteousness. By his wounds you have been healed. ESV. This verse emphasizes the substitutionary aspect of Jesus' death, where he took our sins upon himself. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 21. For our sake he made him to be sin who knew no sin, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. ESV. This explains how Jesus, who was sinless, became a sin offering so that we could be made righteous. 1 John chapter 2, verse 2. He is the propitiation for our sins, and not for ours only, but also for the sins of the whole world. ESV. Propitiation here means an atoning sacrifice that turns away divine wrath, demonstrating the complete nature of Jesus' work on the cross. Isaiah chapter 53, verses 5 to 6. Old Testament prophecy pointing to Jesus. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. Upon him was the chastisement that brought us peace, and with his wounds we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned, everyone, to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. ESV. This prophetic passage clearly...
The stupid Zakir Naik, the liar, he says, this is not in the Bible. This is not in the Bible. So even Isaiah speak about the Messiah paying for our sin. And paying for our sin doesn't mean we can do sin. It means he came to save us. We are sinners. We don't deserve to be with God. Since Adam, why, if you ask the Muslims, the Abdul, why Adam is out of heaven? Because of his sin. How we can get back? Is he better now? Did Adam stop doing sin? Did his kids stop doing sin? Did the human race stop doing sin? No. So we don't deserve to be back. That's what Jesus is doing for us, giving us a chance to go back to him. Those people, they lie. Without lies, Islam dies.
That Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, Billah, is the begotten Son of God, and he died for the sins of humanity, which is totally against the teachings of the Bible, and I've discussed that.
This is against the teaching of the Bible. Brother Zitter, this is totally against the teaching of the Bible. So what the verses we just heard from the stupid AI?
In my lectures. To counter them, we say that if Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, is paid for the sins of human being, that means today I can rob, I can cheat, I can rape.
Anyone who have little knowledge in the Bible, he knew that this is absolutely false. You are a fraud and you are a liar. This is our book. And we can show you tons of verses of Jesus himself speaking. But here we have a verse will will summarize all. No thieves, no drunken, no liar like Muhammadan, no homosexual like Muhammad. All of those people, they will not enter the heaven. Unless you repent, and then your sin will be washed. You will be sanctified. No one know that, not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God. But be not deceived, neither fornication, neither idolaters, neither adulterers, neither effeminate, neither abusers of themselves with mankind. Those will not enter the kingdom of God. But all of those will enter the kingdom of God in Islam. The kingdom of the devil. Allah will place the Muslim, he is a rapist, Allah will put a Christian and Jew instead of him. In Christianity, you cannot do that. My God will not put a Muslim instead of me to punish him because of my sin. That is filthy. That is disgusting. And that is not just. So they lie. They, in fact, Muslim, when they speak, they fornicate. This is a form of fornication. We know that Islamic marriage is nothing but fornication. It's a sex contract. But even when they talk, they fornicate.
I can do all the sins because Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, has already died for our sins.
Show us where it says that. Can any Muslim show me where it says because Jesus died for my sin, I can do sin? You Muslims are a bunch of coward liars. You have no dignity. What a scam. If we don't required to do anything to be with Jesus, so why he said be holy like your father? Why he said go and sin no more? Why he said those who worship God by their lips is not the one who will go to heaven, but those who worship him by their act? Why the Bible says faith without work is a dead faith? What is the work we are talking about? Fornication? Being thieves? Liars? If we ask the stupid AI, I mean, Zakir Naik, I have an offer for you. I will not debate you. I will use AI of Lily J. Do the Bible encourage people to do sin?
No, the Bible absolutely does not encourage people to sin. In fact, it strongly condemns sin and consistently calls people to live righteously and obey God's commands. Here are some key themes from the Bible that demonstrate its stance against sin. God's holiness. The Bible presents God as perfectly holy, and sin is defined as anything that goes against his character and will. Because God is holy, he cannot condone sin. Consequences of sin. The Bible details the negative consequences of sin, both for individuals and for societies. These can include spiritual death, separation from God, suffering, and ultimately, judgment. Call to repentance. A central message throughout the Bible, both in the Old and New Testaments, is the call for people to repent of their sins, to turn away from wrongdoing and turn towards God. Jesus' atonement for sin, the New Testament, emphasizes that Jesus Christ came to earth to die for the sins of humanity, offering a way for people to be forgiven and reconciled with.
Anyway, so it's a basic knowledge that the Bible is totally against sin. From the beginning, Adam was kicked out of heaven for what? Because he did sin. People of Sodom and Gomorrah, they are burned. For what? For doing sin. The Israelis themselves been punished many times. For what? For committing sin. Does the Bible teach hell and heaven? Yes. Why? Because it's against sin. The Muslims are a bunch of liars. It is them who believe that you can do sin. And actually, I will make you hear Zakir and Naik saying that.
Once my sins, Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, already died for my sins. It's already paid for. For example, if someone says that you go to the restaurant, your bill has been paid for, you eat anything, you don't bother what is the cost of it. This is not the same as in Islam.
Okay, tell us.
In Islam, what we say that we should not commit any sins. But
Show us. So what is this? What is this? Other hadith, it says even the Muslim, they will come and they have sin like the foam of the ocean. Allah will put the Christians and the Muslims instead of them. They have sinned like mountains. Allah will not punish the Muslims. He will put the Christians and the Jews instead of them. What a big fraud liar.
if you get involved in any sin, then ask for forgiveness. Inshallah, Allah will forgive you. That does not mean that your sins have been paid for.
What forgiveness means? I whip your sin, right? Forgiveness means I paid for your sin. Okay, you own me, I will take it from the account. Do you see the hypocrisy of those people? Do you see the hypocrisy?
And Quran clearly says that no bearer of burden can bear the burdens of others. That means
the Quran says nobody should pay for the burden of somebody else. So Muhammad is not following his religion. Same time, you idiot, if nobody should pay for the burden of somebody else, so why the children of Adam are out of heaven? Okay, Adam commits sin. Kick Adam. Eve, she gave birth, the child. Bring the child to heaven. He did not do anything yet. Correct? In fact, because Islam is the most stupid cult, and they lie about Christianity, about Judaism, we have an argument, supposedly, according to Muhammad, between Moses and Adam. Moses said to Adam, the Muslim, they claim that Moses is a Muslim, but obviously Moses, he believed in the original sin, which means he is following truly the Bible, not Islam. Muslim, they make mockery of the original sin. But you will see here that Moses, he believed in the original sin, and this is Al-Bukhari. This is very authentic. All those references are very authentic, and this is very repeated hadith. So, according to the stupid Muhammad, Adam and Moses, they have an argument. Adam, he don't believe in the original sin, Musa, he believed in the original sin, which means he is following the teaching of the Old Testament and even the New Testament. He is consistent with both. You are our father who disappointed us and turned us out of heaven, out of paradise. Then Adam said to him, O Moses, Allah favored you with his talk, and he wrote the Torah for you. The Muslim believe that the whole Torah written by Allah to Moses by his own hands. Allah have hands, remember that. Do you blame me for actions which Allah had written for me in my fate 40 years before my creation? What Muhammad stand from this conversation? Muhammad, he agree with Adam, and as usual, always he repeat the same. When he say a word, he repeat it 3 times because he's mentally ill. And you can study this guy. He claimed to be a doctor. There's many research about people who have to repeat words. This is a mental illness. So he have to repeat the word 3 times. So Muhammad said, so Adam confuted Moses, Adam confuted Moses, Adam confuted Moses 3 times. So who is the one who won the argument? Adam. How Moses is a prophet of God, but he do not know the basic knowledge of Islam. That believing in original sin is a sin itself. And how now we can believe that Adam commits sin? Because based on this story, it was destiny. I am sure that this idiot, he do not know that the Muslims believe that any sin we do is a destiny. So paying for my sin in Islam is a stupid anyway. Because if you force me to commit sin, why I have to pay for sin you force me to do? As an example, if you are a fornicator, you did not commit sin. Allah forced you to commit sin. Allah, the same, he wrote his destiny to Adam 40 years before he created him to disobey him. He wrote for every one of you to be a fornicator. In fact, according to Muhammad, he wrote the names of men who will, excuse my language, they will F that woman in her vagina. On the vagina is written the name of the men who will sleep with her. Verily Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in, and which he of necessity must commit. The adultery, the eye, etc. So all those things you do, it is a necessity, and it's written for you as a very portion. That is called destiny. In fact, here in the title it says, decreed from him. Zina means fornication, is a decreed from him. Him, capital letter, which means from Allah. So if you are a horny and you jump over a woman and you rape her or you rape a child like Muhammad, that is a decree from Allah. If somebody kill you, it's a decree from Allah. If you kill somebody, it's a decree from Allah. And this foolish man is speaking about logic. I'm not sure if this is the same video he speak about the $100.
That one human being is taking care of the sins of another human being, that is not permitted, that is against the teaching of.
See, it's not permitted, but here we see that Allah will put the sin on us. Here you see how the Muslim, they manipulate. This is a clear proof that Muslims, even those who claim to be sheikhs, are liars and they have no dignity. What we are showing you is very authentic. This is not, there's no question about this. But in TV, in order to win an argument, they lie about their religion because they knew if you don't lie, Islam will die. So how we can refute the argument of this person who's asking us a question? We lie. We deny that in Islam, Allah will place someone else instead of you to pay for your sin. Not voluntarily. You see, in the case of Jesus, voluntarily, he paid for my sin. which is a very noble act, a loving act. Like, you know, I take a mortgage from the bank. A friend of mine, he says, okay, you know what? I'm a very like sorry that you are going through this. I really love to help you. He's a very noble man. He said, and he have money. He said, I'm going to pay for your mortgage. That was done voluntarily. This is not about fair, you idiot. It's going to be unfair if Jesus been forced to. But the Messiah said, I lay down myself. Nobody take it. So when they speak about fair, Islam is the last one to speak about fair and speak about logic. The religion who believe Allah will give you endless penis, they are logical penis people. But I'm not sure if this is the video he speak about the $100.
By the church. In Islam, what we say, that if you get involved in a sin, you ask for forgiveness. And for your forgiveness to be accepted, for your repentance to be accepted, there are 4 criteria.
Okay.
Or rather, there are 5 criteria. Number 1 is you have to agree it is wrong. Number 2,
false. That is very false. Because if it's a destiny, even when you agree or disagree, it's a destiny. Just to show you how stupid this garbage cult is. We will go back to this guy, doctor, who claimed to be a doctor. Potato. A child, he died, and he was an infant. Is he going to ask for forgiveness? No. He's an infant. Mostly he don't even did not reach the age of able to talk. Is he going to go to heaven? No, not necessarily. It might be the opposite. So the idea of heaven and hell in the stupid cult of Muhammad is not about the sin you do. It's about Allah, He decide for you before He created you where you shall be. So as you see here, this is very authentic. Aisha and Muhammad, they attend the funeral of a Muslim family child who died, an infant. Muhammad, he teach that every child is born as a Muslim. Okay, he's born as a Muslim. Shall he go to heaven if he die? And in this case, he died. No, not necessarily. Aisha, she said, happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it commit no sin, nor has reached the age when one can commit sin. So the story is clear. It's very, very young child. He don't even know what sin mean. He said, Aisha peradventure, which in Arabic, this false translation, don't be stupid. It may be otherwise, because Allah created for paradise those who are fit for it, while they were yet in their father loins. And He created for hell who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father loins. In Arabic it says in their father backbone, because Muhammad believed that the semen coming from the backbone, and he think that balls are light, like bing bong balls. He didn't know what the balls for, so he think it's coming from the backbone. This is the science of Allah, and this is here very authentic hadith. So here you see how the Muslim, they try to manipulate, and they switch the case from Islam teaching that, claiming that it's a Christians teach that, when in reality it is them who teach all those garbage, not us. Other video with Zakir Naik, we will go back to the doctor, but after we finish our point. I hope this idiot, who so-called doctor, he will watch my video and he will die laughing at himself. And please, if you know him,
that why
give him the video.
Muslims who do righteous deed will be put into hellfire, and Muslims who are unrighteous, why should they be put in heaven? We have to understand that what is the meaning of the word righteousness and what is the meaning of the word that who is a righteous person.
Listen carefully. In the previous video, he was speaking about that you have to ask for forgiveness. There's 4 categories, and then Allah will forgive you. Now he is saying totally the opposite. He will explain to you what it does mean in Islam to be righteous. And you will die laughing at what make you righteous in Islam. Guess what make you righteous in Islam? Saying Shahada. That's it. The rest, in fact, is not important. The second you say Shahada, you are in heaven. Listen carefully. So this is what we have to find out first, what it does mean to be a righteous in Islam.
And what is the meaning of the word that who is a righteous person? For me, to make you understand, I'll give you a few examples. Number one, if there are total 199 US dollars divided into 64 notes. The 64 notes, if you total all the value of these 64 notes, it is $199. And I distribute the notes to few people. Some get 10 notes, some get 20 notes, some get 30 notes. Some get less, some get more. A normal person who may not be aware of the notes and the value will say whoever gets the most notes, number of notes, is the richest person. No, it's not like that. We have to see what is the value of each note. In these 64 notes, one note is of $100. One note is of $20. The $100 notes is for a person who believes that there is only one God and that God has got no partners and Prophet Muhammad is the messenger of the Almighty God.
Did you hear it? 199. You pass the 50%, you pass the test to go to heaven. You say the Shahada, you are righteous now. Remember, he is explaining to you who is righteous in Islam. What is a righteous? So you say the Shahada, you have now $100 in your pocket out of 199. So now you are more than 50%. You pass. You are in heaven. They were making fun of us, saying that Jesus paid for our sin. It turned to be, the second you say the Shahada, you paid for the sin. Allah, He paid for your sin. You say Shahada. It's gone. You are going to go to heaven. Not only the Christian and the Jews will go instead of you to hell. No, just say Shahada. Everything is working fine now.
Of the Almighty God. The number $20 bill, person who believes that the $100 notes is for a person who believes that there is only one God and that God has got no partners and Prophet Muhammad is the messenger of the Almighty God. The number $20 bill, US dollar, is a person who prays 5 times a day.
Look.
Then there is one $10 note, there is two $5 note. $10 note is for a person who gives zakat, who gives charity. $5 note is a person who fasts, and $5 note is a person who goes for Hajj. The remaining, so all if you put together, is $140. The remaining $59 are $1 bill. So all put together are 65 notes. So 59 notes are of $1. So just because somebody has 30 notes or 30 bills doesn't make him rich. If he has 30 bills of $1, he has only a value of $30. the person who has $100 is more richer than all the other notes put together.
See? And you notice here, none of what they are talking about righteous is the value. Like when he speak about charity, is about like a few dollars. And charity in Islam is something you steal from the Christians, you give to the Muslims. Even the charity is a theft. So, you say Shahada $100. You pray 5 times a day, $20. You are already in heaven. If you have many notes, they don't count because none of those is Islamic. Did he mention being a good person? No. Did he mention asking Allah for forgiveness? No. Did he mention that you are not hurting people? No. You just say Shahada. You pray 5 times a day. You shake your penis 3 times each time you go to the bathroom. You have sex with a child, following Muhammad, and you are a good person now. This is what righteous is about Islam. It's not about person who don't hurt people. That is righteous. So who is the one who don't need to do anything? He can do commit sin. As much as he want, he will go, I say Shahada, I have 100 note. In fact, Muhammad, he says, whoever kissed the black stone in the Yemeni corner, the corner of Yemen in the Kaaba, his sin will be erased. يَحُطَّانَ الْخَطَايَا حَطًّا. They erase the sin of mankind. Just kiss the black stone. So when this person here, he speak about what makes sense and what does not make sense, obviously you are an idiot. You do not know anything about Christianity. Possibly you married a Muslim woman and that's why you converted. Or you are an idiot. I don't know what the reason. But everybody who is witnessing you is laughing at your stupidity. And you are a doctor. And then, by the way, he will speak, because this is what they put it in the beginning of the video, about something scientific.
Right? I mean, because he already died, so then there's no reason to be good people at all. But the idea is, think about what takes place. If we're going to think Jesus is great because he died for our sins...
That is false, you donkey. Jesus is not great because he died for our sin. God, you see how stupid those people are? Is that why Jesus is great? What? God is good anyway. So the good of God is always there. The idea of thinking that Jesus is great because he died for our sin, you stupid idiot, we believe that Jesus is our Lord. Let us say, for the sake of argument, Jesus did not die in the cross. Does that mean he is not a great? Are you stupid? Isn't it this is Jesus who never commits sin? Isn't it Jesus who in the Quran says that he can command the nature, he can make the blind see, he can resurrect people from death, he can make the dead alive, even the son of Noah, he command him and he come from the ground after he died thousands of years. Jesus is a great, you like it or not, you idiot. And dying on the cross is just one more thing of the greatness of Jesus. It's not the only thing. So again, you are a fool who claim that you know Christianity and you claim to use to be Christian.
The Muslim perspective of Jesus being raised to heaven alive, because we all die and go to heaven if God forgives us.
Did Allah forgive Jesus? Islamic text says Jesus never commits sin. That's why he is the word of Allah and he is the spirit of Allah. But by the way, why Jesus in heaven and Muhammad is not?
Well, I think it's a greater honor to go to heaven alive.
Okay. As long as you agree that is a greater honor to go to heaven alive, that means you just accepted that Jesus must be greater than the filthy Muhammad. Because Muhammad, as we speak, he is now in the hole, rotten, Even the hadith says when Muhammad he died, and the Muslim they did not bury him because Muhammad he claimed that we the Prophet, our body will not decay. So the Muslim they did not bury him for 3 days, thinking he's the same as Jesus. But then when he starts getting stinky, and even Ibn Abbas he says قَدْ رَبَى بَطْنَهُ, which means his belly became full of fart, big like a pregnant woman, and he start farting. You know, a dead man when he die, if they don't do like, you know, do any surgery to clean or etc., or to clean what is inside his stomach, whatever is inside his stomach since he died, the bacteria is going to consume it, and that will make gas grow his stomach. And now because he's dead, he cannot fart normally, so his stomach will start growing. And then when his stomach cannot hold it no more, the farts start coming, boom, like a bomb. So Ibn Abbas he says, bury your friend, he stink like all humans stink. قَدْ رَبَى بَطْنَهُ وَانْصَرَتْ خُنْصَرَهُ, his fingers they became like they bent, his nails became green. Remember, this is Saudi Arabia and the heat of Saudi Arabia. There's no refrigerator. This is not Alaska. You put Muhammad in the snow, he will stay like that, maybe good for a month until a bear eat him. So as long it's a greater for Jesus to go to heaven, shouldn't you ask yourself, why Jesus is the only one who go to heaven in Islam, not Muhammad? Are you a hypocrite? Why Jesus is alive for thousands of years in heaven, not on earth? Who is more honorable, us, Muhammad, or the Messiah? Look at those eyes, and eyes of a rabbit, who claim that he is eating carrot every day so he have a sharp eyes, but obviously you don't. That's why you are wearing glasses. Come here, let me teach you how to read, you idiot. And again, I want every one of you to copy this video, so we hope that this idiot will see this video, and if he's a man, and still he is consistent in what he claims he's against, let him face me, let him call me, let him join us here and debate me, and then he will see how he will bring shame to himself. Already we debunk every single thing he said. Every single thing he said is a lie.
As we know Jesus said, and then come back, because I don't expect to do that.
But why Jesus will come back? Huh? Why Jesus is the hero of the movie? Like, I mean, you are stupid or what? Like, even in a stupid movie in Hollywood, the one who stayed to the end is the hero. Everybody died. They are accessories of the movie. There's one guy in the movie, everybody shot, everybody is wounded, everybody, the police car flipped, that guy, he lost his head, that guy, except Jesus. He is the hero of the movie. He will end. He will come. When Jesus come, then in the movie it says the end. Jesus arrived and the devil die. Do you see how stupid you are? Isn't it obvious that even the stupid Muhammad, he got himself in trouble when he adopted that Jesus is coming back? Who is the one who will complete God's plan? Jesus, even in Islam. Not Muhammad. According to Muhammad, when Satan he sees Jesus, he will dissolve like salt in water. How? Like salt in water. Look here at this hadith. It says, whoever wish something bad of the city of Medina, Allah will dissolve him like salt. An additional proof that Muhammad is a liar, because we know that Al-Qurmuti, he attacked Medina, attacked Mecca, and he burned the city, and he destroyed the Kaaba many times. But let's see something more important. Read with me. And this is very authentic hadith. When God enemy see Jesus, who? God enemy. Who is God enemy? Shaitan, supposedly. When he see him, who? Jesus, the son of Mary. Jesus, the son of Mary, will descend. And when the enemy of Allah see him, see who? Jesus, the son of Mary, he will dissolve like salt in water. So while Muhammad, according to the hadith, Shaitan was jumping over his shoulders, according to the hadith, a bunch of a black shaitan, qawman min az-zut, they were riding Muhammad all night long. According to the Quran, Muhammad received satanic verses, and Muhammad could not recognize that this is Shaitan. And Shaitan, he controlled the mouth and the mind of Muhammad. All of this happened to Muhammad from Shaitan. But when Shaitan sees Jesus, he will dissolve like salt in water. Hey Muslims, why when Shaitan sees Jesus will dissolve like salt? And why Shaitan, when he see Muhammad, he ride him? Huh? Are we making things up, guys? This is the reference. It's in Arabic. It's in English. And not only that, according to the story here, the Messiah, the Shaitan, he start dissolve like salt in water, but Jesus will not let him go. He will grab him and he will kill him with his spear. Is that right? All those references, read, Abdul. All of this is very authentic. Do you see it? You Muslims are a bunch of potatoes. And Islam is our joke. And here we have a very authentic reference, and we prove you and we butt you, we get you busted with no mercy. Continue, potato.
I mean, about, you know, the whole thing about Jesus was a non-issue for me also. There was no, how do you say, there's no Trinity. It never makes sense. Three never
makes sense. If we go right now, we type the word three in the Quran, we will find it all over the place. Why Allah, when he mentioned his name, he have to say three names? If we open the first stupid verse in the Quran, what we will find? In the name of Allah, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim. Why three names? And why Allah names even multiply over three names, 99 names? Which is the 3x33, the age of Jesus. Why the Muslim rosary have 33 stones? No answer. If we type the word three in the stupid Quran, you will see that Islam is based on number three. Look at this. Do you see this? Is it three? All right. Even when the Christians, they slept in the cave, they slept 309 years. the multiply of a 3. Every one of them of the 300 present equal number 100, 100, 100. Then the extra present 3, 3, 3 for each 100. So 103 plus 103 plus 103. When Mary, Allah told her to fast for 3 days. Why 3 days? Zechariah, Mary, she did not talk for 3 days. Zechariah is the same. Why 3? What's up with this 3? When a Muslim woman, she got divorced, she will not get married until she have a 3 period. Well, 1 period is enough to know that she is not carrying a baby. Why 3? Mary, she asked for a sign, or Zechariah asked for a sign. He says, okay, you will not speak for 3 days. If Allah want to send support to Muhammad, he will send 3,000 angels. Sounds familiar, right? Somebody copying the Bible. A Muslim, he have to fast 3 days. Three days. 3, 3, 3. When a Muslim, he do ablution, if we type now here the word 3, what we will find, just let us do it in English, not in Arabic. In the front of your eyes. I will type the word 3 times. Let us see what we will find. Horrible. All the religion of Islam is based on number 3. Read carefully. 3 times, 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 3 times. Come tomorrow. 3 times, 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 3 times. You know, the battery is dying at 3 times. 3 minutes left in the battery. 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Now the battery have a 3 seconds left. 3 times. This is your religion. All of it is based on number 3. I mean, I did not search for anything except a 3 times. All your religion. In fact, your prayer is not accepted until you perform everything 3 times. Do you see it? I mean, I can continue until tomorrow. And all of this is authentic. The Muslim, they can say this is not true, this is false, this is, you know. How you are going to be purified for the prayer? Three times. 3 times. 3 times. Your nose, your ass, your feet, your ears, your mouth, your face, your body, you know, 3 times. Why Allah will not accept your prayer unless you do things 3 times? Who is the one who practiced the Trinity? We believe in the Trinity, you practice it. Mr. 3 times. The religion of a 3 times. They claim, the Muslims, they speak about logic. What is the logic of a 3 times, Muslims? Any Muhammadan can tell me? What about you do it 4 times? What will happen if you do it 4 times? If there's a risk involved, Even Muhammad, he says, when you go to the bathroom, shake your penis 3 times. When a Muslim, he pray, he say Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar 3 times. When Muhammad, he go to a place, he say Assalamu alaikum 3 times. 3 times. Imagine how annoying. You go, somebody say Assalamu alaikum. Okay, wa alaikum salam. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, George just did that. Assalamu alaikum. You remember we showed you the hadith about Moses and Adam. How many times Muhammad, he repeated that Adam confuted Moses? 3 times. You remember? 3 times. So if 3 times does not make sense, if Allah is not connected to 3, and He have nothing to do with the 3, why everything is a 3 times? Either you have to say to me that Muhammad is copying something from the Christians, or you have to explain to me why. Mr. 3 times. Abdul 3 times. Each time Muhammad, he say something, he repeat the statement 3 times. All his life. So when this fool, he speak this Trinity does not make sense, well, it's very funny at Abdul speaking about what makes sense. Does it make sense that Allah will make your penis endless? Does it make sense that Allah wrote the name of Muhammad on his chair because Allah, he like a graffiti? Does it make sense that the Muslim can have sex with 4 women, but Muhammad, he can F as many as he wish? Does it make sense that your wife vagina will be vagina fit for your endless penis? Does it make sense that boys who they are white, they will be serving you? Does it make sense that your house in heaven will not be fit for your penis? Does it make sense that you will have a jungle of trees, each leaves of it is made of gold? Does it make sense that under your ass is going to be rivers running? It doesn't make sense that in the heaven there is a river of honey. How the honey will run unless it must be so hot? Does it make sense that in the heaven is going to be a river of milk? Where is the cow? Abdul talking about sense. Is that a sense of a humor or sense of a stupidity? Maybe it makes sense for you that Muhammad have sex with a child. Maybe it makes sense for you, Muhammad, he go to his own son and he flirt with the wife when the husband is not there. But Trinity does not make sense. Why? Are we the one who tell God what you can, what you cannot? Do you question Allah why He have 2 hands? Does it make sense to say Allah is He, yet He is not a male? Fake news? False information? The transgender God? Does it make sense that Allah cannot have a son because He don't have a girlfriend? Really? Why? Is that because he's a man? I'm trying to find what makes sense. Maybe this man, he can help us. The God of Islam, he wanted to prove to us that he didn't have a son. How? He makes something very smart. It makes sense. He is the originator of the heaven and the earth. How can he have a son, yet he don't have a wife? In fact, in Arabic it says escort. Look at the stupidity. How he is the originator of earth and heaven, and then the one who originate everything, he need a girlfriend in order to have a son. And not only that, the stupid Quran is questioning the ability of Allah. Allah himself is saying, how can he? If I say to a Muslim, how can Allah create universe? You say to you, Allah is almighty. Okay, that's a good answer. Okay, how Allah can destroy us? He's almighty. Okay, How Allah created Adam? It's very easy. Allah, if you want, He say B is going to be. Okay. How Allah created the light? It's very easy. Allah, He said, the Bible says, God said that be light. But the Quran did not say that. Okay, but let it go. I mean, Allah created the light. It's very easy. Can Allah have a son? No. Why? He don't have a girlfriend. Well, this is an answer a stupid human being will not come with it. Even if he's stupid. Because you can have a son without having a wife, number one. Secondly, you can have a son even without having a woman. I mean, all what you need is the egg. They take it to the laboratory, they take your semen, and they will do it. You do not need to have sex. And this is God, who supposedly everything is possible for him. Suddenly, it is impossible for him to have a son because he don't have a woman. So it's impossible. I'm single, and you know it. And look how the Quran is a stupid language too. It says, how can he? Shouldn't say I, how can I? Yeah, because this Quran is written by Mohammed, and he forget always to switch. Let us continue with this so-called doctor.
Makes one.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
So it wasn't a problem with you. One, that you didn't have no resistance from family, from friends, from you yourself. At that time, you didn't work for anybody, so you were working for yourself.
No, I've always worked for other people.
Yeah.
But it's a non-issue.
It was not an issue.
No.
So how do you, from what you see today now, where it seems like it's become an issue, what do you tell people now? People who are in your situation, they don't believe God is 3 in 1. You know, a lot of this stuff. You know, when they look at the authenticity.
Hold on. In the beginning, did he say doesn't make sense to believe in 3 gods? Now the Abdul himself, he agree that the Christian believe that 3 is 1. Did you hear it? 3 and they are 1. And here, you know, when somebody speak about what makes sense, what does not make sense, you stupid idiot, you are a hypocrite, Abdul. If you want to speak about what makes sense, nothing in Islam makes sense. In Islam, the sun comes from the east to the west, moving every day. In Islam, the sun set in murky water. In Islam, that Zulqarnain, he built a dam between us and the creatures, who they are by trillions of number. And the dam is built by copper and iron. In Islam, the hail comes from mountains in heaven. In Islam, women have a semen coming from her ribs. In Islam, there is a bird who was general in the army of Suleiman. In Islam, there is a Afrit. His job is to steal furniture for Suleiman. In Islam, Suleiman have a flying carpet, can carry an army of 2,500 miles long. In Islam, Suleiman can have sex with 99 women in one night. In Islam, Shaitan, he took the ring of Solomon and he had sex with his wives and he became a king. In Islam, Suleiman, he got his kingdom back because one day when Shaitan, he found out that the elders of the kingdom of Suleiman, they found out about him because he was having sex so good, not like Suleiman. The wives, they come to the elder, they said to them, he looked like Suleiman, but he is not acting like Suleiman. They said, what do you mean? He said, his penis is so good. This guy, he shoot all night. He don't even take a break. We can't even breathe, one after one. So Shaitan now decide to run. He throw the ring of Suleiman in the ocean. And then Suleiman, one day he was working as a putter in the port. He saw a person who just bought some fish. He told him, please, if I carry the fish for you, imagine he was a king, now he is a porter. If I carry the fish for you, would you give me 2 fish? The guy said, sure, carry them. He followed him, he carried the fish to the house of this guy, he gave him 2 fish. He went home, he opened the fish, he found the ring, he became a king. And you Muslims are talking about what makes sense? And not to forget that Sulaiman, when he died standing. My grand uncle, he died standing holding a stick. And because holding a stick, nobody noticed that he is dead for a year. Until the termite, they ate his stick. And the stupid Abdul talking about what makes sense. By the way, when I walk in the street, even when I go to Walmart, I walk with a stick because I want to die standing. I want to see what happened to Sulaiman. I want to live the same experience, you know. And you know, like I will spray a lot, but the stick I'm using now is going to be made from aluminum or aluminium, like they say in Europe. This way, the termite, like, they try to bite it. Man, we cannot bite this thing. This doesn't. Yeah, I will paint it wood to cheat, you know, to cheat. So the ants will attack it, and they will work so hard, but I will break their teeth as a revenge for my uncle Sulaiman. They ate his stick, not his. I mean, the guy is a king. He have ministers, he have armies, he have wives, he have children, and nobody noticed that he is dead for a year because he was holding a stick. Abdul, can you share with us what kind of food you eat every day beside the camel urine? Shall I show you the reference about the staff of Sulaiman, how he died standing? I can show it to you. This is chapter 34, verse number 14. Because I know if this Abdul, he watched the video later, he would say, this guy is making things up. There's no way the Quran is saying that, and the Muslim believe in that. Yes, it does. It does. In case you do not know, okay, hold on. Where is the website? In case you do not know, potato. This is Ibn Kathir. Considered as one of the most powerful scholars in Islam. I can show you many. For me, it's just a potato. He is just a potato, like the rest of the potatoes. So what happened, brother? What happened? What happened? Read with me carefully. Zakir, would you like to learn those references? First of all, I cannot read reference. Why? This is Ibn Kathir. You are so stupid. This is not Ibn Kathir. This is the internet. Zakir Naik, but this is Ibn Kathir. This is a Muslim website translation. Okay, I can read for you in Arabic. You are stupid again. I do not know Arabic. How you claim to be a sheikh and you are a scholar, yet you cannot read Arabic. So how you pray to Allah? We memorize the Quran, we don't understand the Quran. Okay. Okay, let me read for the audience. I will not let you read, and I will not let you even think about it. I will bother you. Zakir Naik, I will call the police. You are stupid again. I am wanted by India. I am wanted by the Interpol, and still they cannot get me. Zakir Naik, this is America. Hold on. Trump, he can hunt you like he hunt Osama bin Laden. And he can hunt you the same. They sent a German shepherd for the caliphate. Do you know that? This is rumor. First of all, it is not a German shepherd. I heard the correct news. It was a Chihuahua. It was what? A Chihuahua. A Chihuahua? Exactly. Okay, let me read. Allah tell us how Sulaiman, peace be upon him, died, and how Allah concealed Why Suleiman died standing? Because Allah wanna conceal his death. Okay, can't Allah delay his death? I mean, come on, give him a vacation extra a year. No. Allah, he decided to die now, you die now, but he wanna conceal his death. Okay, what happened? So he remained leaning on his stick, which was his staff. Ibn Abbas, the cousin of Muhammad, may Allah pleased with him, not to bless on him. Mujahid and Hassan al-Qatada, look how many, those companions of Muhammad, and others said, he stayed like this for long time, nearly a year, brother. Suleiman died leaning on his stick nearly a year. His body did not decay. No. He did not stink. No. Okay, the ministers, the wives, nobody noticed that he's not moving? No. A year. Does that make sense? Absolutely. Anything in Islam makes sense. But for this Abdul, the Trinity does not make sense. What we can say? Tell us more, Abdul, bit of four.
Of the Bible, you know, they're questioning. When they come to Islam, they may watch some of our programs. They've read the Quran, and they see like, wow, this really makes sense.
Yeah.
But now, the pushback, right? They might have an employer, they might have family members, and Islam is of the devil. You know, you're joining a cult, you're going to turn into a terrorist, right? What advice do you have for them?
The idea is that there's enough stress out there in the world.
Really?
That you really have to find a comfortable spot.
Where is your comfortable spot? In Somalia, in Iraq, in Syria, in Baghdad? I mean, where is your comfortable spot? You live in Florida, you idiot. Is the comfortable spot in Islamic countries? What is your comfortable spot? Tell us.
You do. It's been hard. We all of us have struggled at one time or another. We have bosses that cheat us outside of our religion. We have co-workers that disrespect us outside of the religion. So for me, it simplified things. If someone's going to treat me poorly because of my religion, well, that's only one thing, and that I can deal with. It's really such a simple answer. It's a simple question. What do? You just get away from it. You literally.
Okay, question. So if somebody did with you badly because of your religion, so what do you say about Muhammad? He command to kill, to rape, to abuse the Christians. What about Muhammad? He said, if you see a Christian or a Jew in the street, you have to harass him and force him to walk in the sewage. The Muslims are talking about, it is hard to be a Muslim these days. Like, do the Christian, when they see you in the streets, spit on you? No. Do they force you to walk in the sewage? No. Did they kick you out from your job because you're a Muslim? No. Do they allow you to build a mosque and pray in your mosque? Yes. What those people are talking about? Can we build a church in Saudi Arabia? No. Can we have a synagogue? No. Can we have back our land? No. They are even taking our churches, forcing it to become a mosque. In fact, all the Middle East is not Islamic. And it's not Arab. Morocco is not Arab. They occupied, they forced the Amazigh, all those barbarians, to call themselves Arab, to speak Arabic. Algeria is the same. Libya is the same. In fact, we have a great apostle who was born in Libya. Anyone knows which one? I will leave that for you to answer in the chat. This apostle, his mother is the one who owned the house where our Lord, the Messiah, he have his last feast. He was born in Libya, and then the barbarian attack, and then he moved all the way to Jerusalem. Nobody faced discrimination as much as the Christians. The Muslim today, they are trying to play that they are victims. They are shouting in the street, holding the flag of Hamas, supporting the ones who want to kill us, and yet they are free. Can we go to any Islamic countries and hold any Christian flag and we shout what you shout? Can we pray in the street in Saudi Arabia as a Christians? Can we carry the Bible? Can we preach the gospel in any city in any country, Islamic country? Or we will be killed, we will be arrested, we will be demonized. The Muslim playing victims, that is a good try.
Literally, I mean, right now, with what I do in functional neurology, it all revolves around the brain. And you are what you tell yourself you are.
Exactly. You are what you tell yourself you are. So the Muslim, when he do commit suicide, is that because he tell himself who he is, or because Muhammad told him, if you kill yourself for the sake of Allah, Allah will make you inside a green bird in heaven, and you will have sex with a lot of women using your bird beak, not your penis. I want to see when he speak about the miracle of the Quran so we can laugh. This guy is just an idiot. Let me see if we highlight the CC, maybe we can get to that point.
With close friends that it was something I was interested in. I always wanted to know how to pray to God correctly. And I mentioned the autobiography of Malcolm X, and they said, oh my goodness, I was interested years ago, and I still have a Quran someone let me borrow. They gave it to me, and I got halfway through it, and that was the end of it. This was exactly, it just made sense. The Quran.
The Quran makes sense for sure. Make a lot of sense.
Even in the English translation, just completely made sense to me.
Absolutely.
Like the brother was mentioning, all the prophets in there, I hit our...
All the prophets are in the Quran? You stupid idiot. According to Muhammad, there's 124,000 prophets. The Quran did not even mention 30 of them, and many of them we do not know who they are. He mentioned names, nobody knows who they are. According to the Quran, even Alexander the Great is a prophet. What an idiot. Let's move a little bit in this video. Maybe we can find where he speak about the science. Maybe here.
You know, genie in a bottle. When I need something, you know, I just rub this lamp. No, it doesn't work like that. You were thinking like, how do I actually worship the one God? How do I serve
correctly? If they want me to pray every Sunday, all day, and kneel down and stand up, and kneel down and stand up, and kneel down and stand up, then prayer is probably important. And you see it across the board, you know, multiple religions. And I wanted to do it correctly.
Yeah.
I did a lot of...
You see, what kind of God? He have a certain way to pray, and this is exactly how the Sabi and they pray. What kind of God he is carrying others how to pray. In fact, Muhammad, he changed the way he do things just because a Jew, as usual, he told him, this is how we do it. If Muhammad was a prophet and Allah told him how to pray, should he change how to do things? So Muhammad was doing the prayer in a funeral. A Jewish walked by and he said to him, this is how we do it. What he said? This is how we do it. What Muhammad said? Sit down, act differently. Here you know that Muhammad is a fraud. Because, so what if he said this is how we do it? If Allah, who is the one who taught you how to pray now? How Muhammad, he changed the way he pray in the funeral just because a Jew, he says, this is how we do it. I will tell you why. Muhammad, he knew he is trying to copy the Jews. So Muhammad, because he have a needle in his butt, he knew he is copying them. So the second the Jew, he says, this is how we do it. Muhammad, what he said? Sit down, act differently. So are we going to pray the correct way or just act differently? This idiot, he was saying that this is the way to pray correctly, when in reality it's just to pray differently. Sit down, act differently. I want to see where he speak about the science and the Quran. You see, because I did not watch in the beginning, he mentioned like they mentioned like a preview of the video. This is what I saw. The Quran is clear. Hold on.
Clear. All you have to do is pull up the verse. I mean, even with the chiropractic that I practice, there's a verse. There's an ayah 15 and 16. If you read the 96th surah and you read through to 15 and 16, Allah talks about how He's going to pull, or how our souls are going to be pulled out through. The English translation I have says through our forelocks, right? Through our foreheads, through.
What a stupid idiot. What a stupid idiot. Finally, we found the location. Let me play it again.
Wally, because she didn't think I was right. And I was like, wow, that's not fair. Because you're probably right then. So it was all done. It's really, Islam is, like I said, the Quran is clear.
Is it clear?
All you have to do is pull up the verse. I mean, even with the chiropractic that I practice, there's a verse, there's an ayah 15 and 16. If you read the 96th surah and you read through to 15 and 16, Allah talks about how He's going to pull, or how our souls are going to be pulled out through. The English translation I have says through our forelocks, right?
You stupid idiot. This is not what the Quran is saying. You donkey, what are you talking about? What this guy is talking about? Let me take you there and show you that this guy is a... You know what? I am interested, because before I show you there, I am interested to see if the guy in the Deen show, he will correct him, or both they are going to be stupid speaking about the same thing, agreeing with each other.
Our foreheads, too. They're going to be ripped out. For a believer, it's just a little perspiration. With my functional neurology, what area now do you think science should support religion and your religion should support your science? If they're right. Where do you think you make that final decision, whether you just do something or you inhibit that bad action? That's the forehead. That's the frontal lobes. That's the forelock. That's the brain. There's no way we knew that 1,500 years ago.
Look how stupid this idiot. This is not about where Allah will take your soul from, you idiot. This is where Allah will grab you from. Allah will... I mean, do those people even knew how to read? Let me show. This doesn't have nothing to do with the brain. This guy, he claimed a brain. In fact, in the beginning of the video here, let me copy first the timeline of the video here, so we don't miss it when we go back. And put it here. Yeah. If you go back in the video, in the beginning of the video, they put the image of the brain. In fact, the title of the video is like that. I mean, like the thumbnail. Yeah, let me find the thumbnail of the video. Give me a second, just to show you how they lie about what the Quran is saying. Here we go. Just to show you how they lie. This is the thumbnail of the video. The Quran nowhere speak about the brain, not even close. Allah will grab you from the hair in the front of your head, will drag you. This is not where is your soul coming from, you donkey. What this guy is talking about? Let us open the Quran and laugh at him together. Chapter 96, verse number 15 and 16. Guys, did he say he will catch him? In fact, if you change the translation, it's going to say drag him. What is the forelock or the forelock? What forelock is? Let us use dictionary. And this is again the Muslim translation. I'm not going to use mine. What is the forelock, guys?
Forelock.
It is the hair. What does this have to do with the brain? Where it says this is the place where the brain control lying, or it says I will grab him from his hair in the front. And the reason the Quran says his front head is a liar. Why? Because Muhammad, he claimed that those who don't believe in Allah in the day of judgment is going to be written in their forehead kafir. Kafir. Including the Antichrist. Let me show you. So what the Quran is talking about, that it is written on the forehead of this guy, the word kafir, and Allah will grab him from his forelock, which is hair. Have nothing to do with the brain, have nothing to do with his soul will come. He's alive. He will gather, he will not kill him now. He will take him to hell, you idiot. Do you see it? So it is written in his forehead, between his eyes, the word what? Kafir. I'm going to open, I think we have enough with this donkey who claimed to be a doctor. And I hope you guys, you will download the video, share it everywhere. Maybe he will see his name and he will watch it and he will die laughing at himself. Maybe he will repent and save his ass from going to the hell of Muhammad. Following a child molester is a shameful act. In fact, who can trust a Muslim doctor who believe it's okay to have sex with kids? If we ask this guy, is it okay for Muhammad to have sex with the children? Do he dare to say yeah or no? Who will trust him? That's what he believed. He believed that the best man, the best of mankind, is a child molester, but for him it's okay. I will open my Discord. If there is any Muslim would like to join us, And if you are downloading the video, you can cut the video from here, make it part of by itself about this idiot who he called himself doctor, and then you continue the second part with Discord. All right? I will go to Discord maybe for half hour before we finish, or more. We will see, depend on our luck. All right. We will call it Islam 101, false or true. And let me see if you guys can hear me. Am I heard? People in Discord? Can you hear me? I guess they cannot. Yeah, always. You hear me? Okay, good. If there is any Muslim would like to join us, can you speak the GW Adam Lepos in the chat? What I mean, what GW Adam? What is that? Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? Anyone? Jehovah's Witnesses? Well, Jehovah's Witnesses, they are just a bunch of idiots. They have false translation of the Bible, and they are very confused. You know, you ask them, how many gods you have? They say one God. You say to them, read verse number 1, it says gods. A God. A God. Yeah, it's just stupid, you know. They don't even have religion. If I call Muslims Abdul, I have to call the Jehovah's Witnesses a bunch of fools. They don't even know what is written in their book. Do we have any Muhammadan? Well, they don't witness to Jehovah. They are a bunch of a fraud. They don't even know what Jehovah mean. If you ask them what does that mean, they cannot even answer. Jesus came invisible in 1914. Well, the only one can see him, obviously, it was Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, because they have telescope. As long as he's invisible, how you saw him, you donkey? As long he was invisible, how you saw him? How you know he came? Like what happened? Give you facts. Those are just stupid people. Just, you know, let them go. Guys, I saw the God, he was invisible. But how you saw him, CP? Oh, he was invisible, but I can't see. Oh, how you say he's invisible, but you... Listen. Yes, he is invisible, but I did not tell you that my eyes have some kind of an X-ray. Really? Yeah. Like when I walk in the street, I see women naked. Mean? Are you sure? Do you see my wife too? Your wife, I mean... Okay, I have to say the truth to you. Yes, I saw. Did you see the color of her panty? To be honest with you, no, because I told you, I see her naked, you idiot. Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, just a bunch of children. I mean, just, you have to be really mentally ill. I mean, there is millions of religions, and every stupid idiot, he have a place. Stupid religions is like an open theater and everybody have a free ticket. All right? Any Mohammedan would like to join us? Anyone? Mayday, mayday. No, if you are a fool, always you will find your place. Like, you know, this guy, the stupid idiot, he went and he shot two Israeli. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Now he will be screwed for the rest of his life, and mostly he will be executed inside a room not even meter by meter. You know, a fool. It's just an idiot. Mentally ill. Obviously mentally ill. There's no question about it. You know, when the stupid Jehovah's Witnesses, they deny the Trinity, I mean, right away, you go to John. John number 1, it says Jesus is the Word, the Logos, which is the mind, the power, the ability, everything about God. That is the Word of God. That is the Messiah. And that Messiah, who is God, become flesh, not an angel, God himself. You ask them about the Holy Spirit, they will say to you, it's an active force. Active force? What is that, the wind? Oh. But you know, we like if we go to John 14, we know that this is absolutely stupid to say. They deny the existence of hell and heaven. Do you want to call me Adam Lepos? Why you don't call me? In front of everybody. You come, you talk to me in Discord, either you wipe the floor with me or I will wipe the floor with you. I have no mercy. And I don't like anyone to be merciful with me. Is that fair, guys? Either you wipe the floor with me or I wipe the floor with you. Capiche? Do you dare? Potatoes. You were not there. Then we have to ignore you. Any Muhammadan? No mercy here. Come to the stage, Adam Lopez. I will make you Lopez all the way. I will change your name. I will make you Jennifer Lopez. But don't strip on the camera like her. Do you accept? Or you want to argue with people who do not know much only? Maybe the angel Michael, he did not allow him, you know. You have to get permission from the God, angel Michael. Man, the floor in the front of my house is so clean because I keep wiping the floor with my own people, you know. Today, this stray cat, she brought 2 friends with her. And they lay down in the floor in front of me, like, hello, I like your floor. Like, did you wipe Jehovah's Witnesses here? Meow, you know. Even the cat, they knew what happened. Call me, potato. Just join us. Come on. Stop being a jerk. You don't know what Jehovah mean, and you cannot witness for someone you do not know. Any Mohammedan? Forget about this potato. We don't want to waste our time. By the way, the Muslim, they can debate me so easy, but because they are merciful and they are kind, they don't want to destroy my career. So they don't do it. It's an act of mercy. You know, you just think about it, you know. Everyone know that. Everyone know that. And the Muslims these days are busy looking for the lizard who tried to burn Prophet Abraham. This coward, this lizard, all the animals from around the world, they come to stop the fire on Abraham, except this filthy scumbag. And obviously he was a Jehovah's Witnesses too. Adam, is that your picture? Adam Lopez, is that you before makeup? You are a Christian and you admit Fifi destroyed me? For sure, for sure. Is that the guy he said that yes, this is the true hadith and the sun is moving every day from the east to the west? Yes. Is that the guy who said it looked like the Quran says you can be a pimp? For sure he destroyed me. This is why he don't dare to call me, and she don't dare to let me call her, because she's afraid of her virginity. All of you Muslims can destroy me. And you are a Christian, right? For sure, for sure. Do you want me to play the video for you of Fifi? As long as you mention her name. Let us play it. You can be, guys, if I say that, he will say, it doesn't say that, CP. This hadith reported by Dudu. Dudu told Mumu. Mumu told so is very well known to be a liar. He solved the problem. Okay. This is your Fifi. And his friends, the Abduls, explaining the Quran. You can be a pimp.
Yeah, what I see from that verse is that you can be a pimp.
Hey Fifi, are you a pimp? As long you can you can be a pimp in Islam. This is why the most famous Muslim is a pimp and rotates. You can be a pimp. And you are mentioning, you idiot, Fifi. Why you don't mention to me Mimi Hijab too? Hotel California. He will take your sisters.
When they desire chastity. So it says fatayatikum. For maids here. It would mean slave women. Even though technically you could read fatayatikum to mean girls in general. But I'm sure from the context we'll all agree that it's referring to slave women and not daughters, right? I'm hoping.
I hope so.
But force not your maids to prostitution when they desire chastity, in order that ye may make a gain in the goods of this life.
Mm-hmm.
But if anyone compels them yet, after such compulsion, is Allah oft forgiving, most merciful. Okay, so basically it's saying that don't force your girls, meaning slave girls. I mean, that's the apparent meaning of the verse. We can disagree if you guys would
we
like
can
to
disagree. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it says don't force your girls into prostitution in order to gain something from this world. And if one forces them after that, then Allah is forgiving. So that's the verse. Abdul, would you like to share your thoughts on?
Yeah, he told you already. You can be a pimp. You can be a pimp. Well, every Muslim is a pimp, because when you approve your sister, she rent her vagina for Mimi hijab, and you didn't see a problem with that, you are a pimp. Actually, his real name is Mohammed Blowjob. Prove me wrong. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? The article on the Holy See, what does that mean? We do not need articles of anybody. We Christians, we read the Bible, not article of any man. And if God could not explain himself, then God cannot be God. The problem is not God is not explaining himself. The problem is a human being. You know, everyone, he have his own desire. And there's many deceivers came to this earth. And the Messiah, he warned us. There's many will come to you in the clothes of a sheep, but they are wolves. Jehovah's Witnesses, they destroyed millions of families. They told them that the day of judgment will be in this day. People sold their houses and their money, and they gave everything, and then nothing happened. It's a fraud organization. You said Muslim lantern was rude and Al-Mahdi and mute him, but when he called you, mute him and kick him out. I kicked him out. The Muslim lantern, he was never there to call me. We went to his chat and we asked him to debate. He ran away. He asked the admins to block us. Don't mention the name of kids who don't dare to speak to me. This guy actually, he called your prophet a criminal, a pervert. The video is there in Rumble. Go check it out. A Muslim, he said to him, what the word dal mean? Are you saying that the word dal is not a criminal, is not a bad person? Muslim turn, he said, I did not say that. For sure, the Muslim is an evil, the dal is an evildoer, is a criminal, a filthy person. But isn't the Quran says that Muhammad was a dal? This guy is just a kid. All of you are a bunch of kids. Hypocrite, cowards, and liars. Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? Mayday, mayday. Stop talking about this guy and that guy. Call me. I will call you. I went to Zakir Naik. Muhammad Hijab, he claimed he can debate a Christian prince. The Muslim, they said to him, debate a Christian prince. He is making thousands of Muslims leave Islam. He did not even say he would debate me. He announced he will have a debate with Christian prince without telling me. I called him the coward, and he hung up on me. He did not let me even ask one question. And not only that, even though he did not let me talk, even though he put the speaker far away from the microphone so nobody can hear my answer, we wiped the floor with him. Suckle me. Any Abdul? He brought 6 Abdul with him to debate me. And did we have a debate? No. They were so much intimidated, they prepared videos and they cut the audio. You're finished, boy. I said to him, I was quoting your filthy prophet. Did you hear it? I was quoting your filthy prophet. Did I lie? And not only that, they cut the video. Your whole sister, what her name? Tahani. They claim she is young. She is a whore. She is in the age of your nanny. She said that Jesus was playing with his mother boobs. The video is there. They cut that part, and then I said to her, "You are filthy. Why are you insulting Jesus?" You know what? In fact, it was your prophet who said to me, to you, to suckle me. They cut that part. Very filthy, low-class, trashy people. You are gone, Adam Lopez? You are gone long time ago. I mean, you are Jehovah's Witnesses. You are gone. Really. No, stay, please. We cannot live without you. I mean, how the world will function without people who do not know what they are talking about? With people, they say that Jesus, he came 1914. Like he came to, like what? You know, is that the Mormon God? You know, or what is that? What's wrong today? No Abdul, not even Jehovah's Witnesses, nothing. It's a very dry. Where is the Abduls? What's going on? Chickens. Do you know, guys, that Allah, he sit in the top of a chicken, a rooster? Allah, he sit in. Hey, Muslims, is that true or I'm lying? Any Muhammadan? It's Friday? Oh, okay, it's Friday. This is why we have low number. No problem. It's Friday, it's Friday. No rooster? Hey Muslims, I have a question which is very hard to answer. I have a rooster, and he always stand on the wall between me and my neighbor. And this rooster, he lay an egg on the wall. Who owned the egg? Any Muslim can give us the smart answer? Anyone? So he lay an egg on the wall between me and my neighbor. And this wall, both of us, we own it. Who owned the egg in this case? I do own the egg? Really? Oh. I see. Any Abdul can give us an answer? This case, only Allah can fix it and solve it. Anyone? Should childless Christian couples adopt Muslim children to get them out of Islam? First of all, how you will know that you will get them out of Islam? Secondly, where are those Muslim children? Where you will get them from? And isn't it better to get Christian children who they are homeless? Why you wanna? This is not the way to get people out of Islam. You wanna have a children? You know, there's many Christians. Don't go there. You know, sooner or later they will get older. They will find out that they are coming from Muslim family, and they might go back to their family, and they hate you. In Islam, anyway, adoption is forbidden. So if they are a Muslim society, they will strip them back from you, because they will say, according to our religion, adoption is not allowed. Muhammad, he forbade the adoption, so he can have sex with his own son-in-law, son, wife, because this was his son from adoption. Why you say that Muhammad last name is dog? Nikah. It is Abdullah. Nakhla. What Nakhla, you idiot? Muhammad last name is Kilab. Kilab. Kilab mean dogs. And you know, we don't say things without reference. Let us show you. This is your prophet. Oh, we copy the same link. Hold on. This is the family of Muhammad. And those are your Muslim books. Al-Kamilu fi Tariq, written by Ibn al-Athir. All right. Volume number 1, page number 621. And this is not only limited, this is just one. I can show you hundreds of books, not only one. This is Qusay, the grandfather of Muhammad, and he is descendant from the son of dogs.
Qusay went to his mother and asked her what he had said. She said to him, "My son, you are more generous than him in soul and father. You are the son of Kalb."
Kalb mean dog. In fact, Kilab is not Kalb. Kilab mean dogs.
Dog.
Kilabun.
All right. This is the grandfather of Muhammad. Muhammad is the son of Abdullah, the son of Qusay, the son of Kilab. And the whole chapter here is about the lineage of Muhammad. All right. All the family of Muhammad, they are the sons of dogs. Read it.
They were the sons of Asad bin Abdul Uzza and the sons of Zura bin Kilab.
Again, Kilab mean what? Dogs.
Dog.
Kilabun.
Translation here is not correct, by the way. It's not dog, it's dogs. It's not dog. One dog is kalb. Many dogs are kilab. All right. We can show you tons of Muslim websites. The lineage of Prophet Muhammad.
The lineage of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace.
All right. What is the name of his family? You can read with me.
The lineage of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. He is Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib ibn Hashim ibn Abd Manaf ibn Qusay ibn Kilab.
Ibn what? Kilab. This is your prophet. Dogs.
Dog.
كلاب.
You still there, Abdul? Oh, sorry, you can't see the screen. It's my fault. You were busy with the. It's my fault, guys. Anyway, here it is. You can see it again. Let me show you. Yeah, it's my fault. Those who they are in Discord, they were able to see it because they didn't see what you see in YouTube. But we will do it again, no problem.
The lineage of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. He is Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib ibn Hashim ibn Abd Manaf ibn Qusay ibn Kilab.
What kilab mean? This is the word kilab. Dogs.
Dog.
كلاب.
All right. So where is the Abdul? He says, why you say Muhammad is son of dogs? This is his last name. Did we get you busted or not yet? No, we took the rooster a while ago. Any Muhammadan? Any Muhammadan here? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? Defend the Prophet, the son of Qusayd, the son of Kilab. So guys, now you learn new Arabic word. What Kilab mean? What Kilab mean? Somebody tell me. What the last name of Muhammad? Kilab. What Kilab mean? Dogs, not dog. Dogs. And not only that, things get even more complicated when it's come to Muhammad lineage. The Arab, they said that he is the same as a palm tree in the hill of the ground where there's no palm tree around it, which means they accuse him to be unknown child, unknown father. We can find the hadith in a Tirmidhi. Let us see if we can find it in English. And I believe this is absolutely true. Nobody knows who is the real father of Muhammad. This is why his father was called Abdullah. Abdullah in Arabic usually can be used of someone he is unknown. Like you say he is like etc. We don't know his name. So you say Abdullah, which means unknown. Read carefully here what the hadith is saying. And for sure, any hadith will make embarrassment of Muhammad. They will say it is daif. Muhammad is the same, is the likeness of a palm tree in a wasteland. Translation is not really accurate. What it's meant, like when there is suddenly you walk in the ground, it's a totally, there's nothing in it, nothing, no trees, no grass, nothing, and then suddenly there's one tree. In order for a tree to know where it's coming from, I mean, should have more trees. So where is the tree is coming from? Where is the seed of this tree? Where is the seed of this tree coming from? So this is an insult. This is why it says here that Quraysh, they were saying this about you. So this is his own tribe. They reject him to be even part of them. He is the same as a palm tree in a wasteland, unknown. Nobody knows where his seed is coming from. Who is really his father? Muhammad here, he answers saying, no, Allah, He created me from the best of them. See, they are denying Him to be one of them. He is insisting He is one of them. Any Muhammadan? Yeah, today we have no, too slow. No customers, no Jehovah's Witnesses, no Muslims, and nothing. It's a wasteland. Yeah. No, you know, like in language, like sometimes you try to translate something, but the translation will never be the same as in the original language. Like, you know, there's some phrases in English, you cannot translate them literally. They mean something. So if you are a person who newly learn English, you will not know what they mean. What is that? So if somebody is making like saying a joke, you might not laugh because you don't understand the background of the joke. You understand what he's saying as words, but the words have a background which you do not know, connected to that culture. Any Muhammadan? This is why learning the language as a foreign person will not be good enough unless you live in that country. And not only that, I mean, you have to be heavily studying the language and practicing it and connected to the culture, and even studying the old days of the culture, because most languages there is always a new words generated connected to the new culture, and these words have nothing to do with today's culture, and even some of them they are totally disconnected, which means nobody uses them no more. And this is the case for Arabic. A lot of words in Arabic nobody uses no more. That's why if you say them to an Arab person, he will not know what they mean. They have no idea what they mean. Any Muhammadan? Guys, you better give me some customers. Otherwise, I will call my cousin, Mr. Lizard, the one who tried to burn Abraham, to hunt you down. The story of the lizard, by the way, is a clear evidence that the Prophet Muhammad is a truly prophet of God. I mean, how in the world you can explain such an intelligence? How Muhammad even he can comprehend such a story? Complicated. The king wanna burn Abraham. All the animals around the world, even insects, even mosquitoes, they came to stop the fire, except this filthy scumbag. He started blowing air at the fire to ignite it. So if until now still you don't believe, obviously there is something wrong with you. This is a clear evidence that Muhammad is a truly a prophet of Allah, not any God, only Allah. All right? But I don't understand why those Christians don't believe in this. People are weird. Let me show you the story about the amazing story told to us by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
We're told to kill the crows. A crow that also carries diseases and eats dead meat.
Ah.
We're
Guys, the crow eat dead meat. All animals, they eat dead meat, you idiot. The chicken, they eat dead meat. The chicken, they eat shit. They eat cockroaches. They eat insect.
Cockroaches are resilient and adaptable insects found in various environments.
Stupid phone. Did I say to the phone to talk? They are listening to us, you see.
ordered to kill snakes. We're ordered to kill scorpions.
And we ordered to call the Christians and the Jews and the Hindus. Yeah, continue.
These by nature are harmful for people.
Okay.
So killing them is justifiable and it's a legitimate thing to do.
No, he did not order you to kill them because of that. He ordered you to kill certain kind. They are the black one. The black one. Muhammad, he says, اقتلوا كل أسود بهيم. Kill every pure black. Why? Because this is shaitan. So when you kill a black bird, you are not killing a bird, you are killing a shaitan. Even a snake, if it's totally black, it's a shaitan. When you are killing anything, a dog, this is why Muhammad, he said that the black dog is the devil. Muhammad is a very filthy racist. Satan in Islam is a black. The Ethiopian are satanic for Muhammad. Muhammad, he made fun of the black people. The angels of Islam, all of them, they are white. So now he will tell us a story about the lizard.
Likewise with the house lizards. And there is a hadith
Yeah?
in Sahih al-Bukhari
Okay.
where the Prophet told us alayhi salatu wasalam, that when Prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him, was thrown by his people in the blazing fire,
Yeah?
all the creatures of Allah
All.
used to try and put off the fire, with the exception of the house lizard. It used to try to blow so that the fire would grow. And this shows you that our relationship, not only with people, with everything else,
Everything.
is dependent on our belief in Allah Azza wa Jalla.
Exactly.
And our allegiance
Allegiance.
to His religion.
So even the lizard is the enemy of Allah. Imagine how stupid this religion, that this God, he announced jihad against lizard. The lizard, he tried to burn and kill Sulaiman, brother. And you don't want us to kill him? I mean, come on. This filthy lizard, this coward, tried to kill Prophet Abraham. And you don't want us to do anything about it? So the Prophet, he made a clear reward from Allah, that the one who killed the lizard, Allah will give him a lot of reward.
That when Prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him, was thrown by his people in the blazing fire, all the creatures of Allah,
all the creatures, even Joe Biden, even Kamala Harris, even pigs and monkeys, all the creatures, insect, hey insect, where you, cockroach, where you going? I'm going to stop the fire on Abraham. Okay. Hey, right, where are you going? You know, I don't know the news. They announced that we need to stop the fire on Abraham. Oh, okay. Hey, chicken, where are you going? We are going to stop the fire on Abraham. Oh, okay. All the creatures of Allah, they went to stop the fire on Abraham. Mean. And you are telling me that Islam does not make sense? Stupid. This is a true story. Any Muhammadan can confirm it? No customers. I made the thumbnail to talk about the heaven of sex. But then I saw this video, so I changed the topic. Any Muhammadan? Yeah, you know, all the insect, all the creatures, they came to stop the fire. Even pigs, they love Abraham. Pigs, brother. Unbelievable. Even dogs. Who? The all of them, even, I mean, everybody. Everybody. Trillions of insect, you know, every creature, even snakes, except the lizard. Me. The story touched my heart. I feel like I want to say shahada. Okay, I want to bear witness that Abraham was saved by all the creatures except lizard. Who is a Muslim want to bear witness with me in this scenario in front of the court? So we can put this filthy lizard in jail? Anyone? Don't you think it's time to make him pay? Until now, him and his kids are alive. You will find them everywhere, in the yard, on the tree. Is that fair to let those criminals, wanted by Allah and His Prophet, alive and roaming around, and we do nothing about it? This is why Prophet of Allah, he command us, if you kill them from the first blow, Allah will give you a lot of women, and their specialty is a blow too. I cannot say the second word. It's the same last name of Muhammad, Hijab. Any Abdul? We have to fight this lizard. You know? Any Muhammadan? Look how many stories about lizard. No Muhammadan? What's happening today? Huh? It's a Friday, all the Muslims in nightclub? Man, oh man. Lizard. Here you see Muhammad is speaking about science. This is a very clear scientific discovery Prophet Muhammad he came with. When they told him to eat a lizard, he said, I don't know, perhaps it's a lizard, might be one of those native who descendant past who form had beard distorted. What Muhammad is talking about, that Allah cursed them, they used to be people here, and Allah cursed them and make them lizard. So Muhammad, he said, I'm not going to eat them because they might be from those people. True story. Yep. This is a very clear story. Any Abdul? All right. So guys, we are out of customers. I will finish my broadcast for tonight. I hope we learn something good. And I will try to come tomorrow if I could, if the lizard did not harm me. All right, we will see the lizard. If he come from Senegal. Are you there, Hamza? Where you go, Hamza? Hamza, he saw that we have lizards, so he decided to run. You know that lizard is very useful. You see, God, he created everything for a balance. Even snakes are useful. I mean, I know, like we always aware that they are poison, etc. But every creature is a balance. Even the insect we hate, like mosquitoes. Every creature, there is a good reason for it to exist. The chain of food is dependent on those creatures. So, bird, they need insect. It's their food. Maybe we hate the insect, but the insect play a huge role in our food too. Pollination for fruit, for tree, for everything. Insect is extremely important. Lizard, he eat insect. Animals eat the lizard. Everyone is a food of somebody. So if one of the chain is missing, that will affect the rest. Many animals can disappear because their food source is gone. They cannot survive. So when God created this massive universe, and he created this earth, he created it with balance, to balance itself. If we have no grass, we have a problem. Big problem. Because it is a major resource of food, even for us. Even the grass we walk on. Because the animals will eat the grass. And you eat the animals. If one of those things is missing, your livelihood is destroyed. So when Muhammad speak about those animals, we have to kill them. He claimed that they are evil, doing evil, like attacking Allah. The lizard is trying to kill Prophet Sulaiman. I mean, obviously this man is just a stupid idiot, and his followers are no better. He hears stories, legends, he copy them, and he claimed they are coming from his God. CP is so adorable. How you know I'm so adorable? Wait until you see me. Then you will change your mind totally. You will forget about the word adorable for the rest of your life. Now you are saying CP is a very adorable. You see me, you say CP is very horrible. Adorable, horrible. Yeah. Hey, come on, Abdul. Just one Abdul for tonight. Come on, before we go. Any Abdul? Not even one. The donation. Who wanna donate for me, Abdul? Like, we don't ask for donation for money, but can't you donate to Abdul for me? The lowest one. Okay, half Abdul. We accept Abdul cash. Any? Do you have gun at your homes for protection? No, I don't have guns. The guns have me. I have a gun since I was an infant. The first gift I get when I was an infant, it was a gun. They put it under my pillow. A baby. The first gun I shot with, I think it was 7mm. I think it was a Breta, and but that was not the gun I was given the gift with, because that gun is like, let us say, is very like priceless one. The gun for practice shooting, it was a cheap one. In Arabic we call it 7.5. I don't know what the ammo will be in English. And then I got another gun as a gift. It's called Makarov. Anyone knows Makarov? It's a Russian made. Actually, it was a good gun. Like it have a low recoil, and but the ammunition is not available everywhere, because this is available only in like Soviet Union countries. The bullets, it have like 8.5. It's not 9mm. It's smaller than 9mm. Then gun after gun after gun and after gun, Smizer, you know, you name it. George, he is saying, you lack Bible knowledge. That's why you ban and luck when you got challenge on a Christian doctrine. Okay, why you don't call me now, George? Why you don't call me? What do you think, guys? That will be interesting. George, he claimed that he have a knowledge, and he said, I ban him. I will block you only if you refuse to answer the question, because there's no point. Do you want to call me right now? We have no Muslim, so we can have a snack. You want to join? Be the man. Or what you need to do, you come here and we will talk. I am a coward? The coward is the one who don't dare to call. I just offer you in front of everybody to call me. The only time I will block somebody, if I repeat the question many times, he refuses to answer. If I ask you to read a verse in the Bible, you refuse to answer. There's nothing to talk about. You're a coward. Potato. Actually, nobody have patience as I do. I repeat my question like 100 times to make the one who is trying to debate me to answer it. Nobody can do that. The same question, arguably. They try always to escape the embarrassment by avoiding the question. Yeah, he's a Muslim. He is the same guy who was here using his name, calling himself Mac something. He changed his name. Attention seeker. Any Abdul? Do Catholic worship Mary? No, Catholic don't worship Mary. You're stupid. There's no Catholic worship Mary. And if somebody worship Mary, this is against the Bible. As simple as that. The Bible called Mary the Blessed Mary. Any other name is not true name. Like, you know, some they call her the Queen of Heaven, the Mother of God. This is their own fabrication. The Bible call her the Blessed Mary. She is not the queen of anything, and she is, even Jesus called her women. Any Abdul? We have a Muslim Pakistani CP. Okay, where is he? Let him come. Actually, when we study law, we don't study only Islam. We study three religions. We study Islam, this is the major branch, and Christianity and Judaism. Because if you want to be a lawyer or a judge, you have to deal with all the three religions who there exist there, because everything is based on religion. Even if you want to build a wall between you and your neighbor, even that is decided by religion. Even the size of your window, the direction of the window. So to be a lawyer or a judge, it's not like here in America. Religion have nothing to do with it. In the Middle East, to be a judge or a lawyer, you have to be knowledgeable about the religion, because the law is the religion. Yeah. So you find yourself studying engineering, you find yourself studying economy, banking, because the religion is involved everything. And all of this connected to religion, not the opposite. What is the Muslim from Pakistan? Where is the Muslim from Pakistan would like to join us? I don't see him. Khan Shihab, prove that you are, okay, his name is Khan Shihab. Okay, Khan Shihab, you know, sometimes the Muslims, they don't want to come and debate us because they are afraid if they do, they will destroy us, and then we will be demolished. So a Muslim, because he's a nice guy, you know, like this guy, Khan Shihab, I'm assuming, he's just saying, like, oh, if I go and talk to this Christian prince, he will be facing humility. He might do something wrong to himself, because after, I mean, how he can live after that? And then people will blame me for what happened to him. So I decide not to debate Christian prince, because I don't want people to blame me for what will happen next for him. Thank you, Khan. I really appreciate it. People, they think about your act wrongly, but I understand exactly what you do. And this is why, Khan, I just ordered from Amazon a lot of glue. So don't worry about it. You can call me. You break me apart, I will glue myself. Don't worry about it. There is a glue, it's called the crazy glue. So a crazy Muslim, he called a crazy Christian prince. He destroyed this guy crazy, very crazy, took him together, you know. And then I use crazy glue to fix, you know, what happened. What do you think? Can we do crazy talk? I like to convert to Islam, you know. I like to have 4 wives, you know, and I like them to have a big butt. I hate a small butt. I mean, disgusting. Imagine your wife, she have a small butt. Me, disgusting. This is, you know, I like a woman, she give a big shit. Because I do garden outside, so I need manure. I pay manure. Each time I go to buy manure, I pay $7-8. For what? For a case of shit. One wife, she have 1 mile ass. She can cover not only your yard, I mean, she can cover many hectares of land with one poo-poo. One poo-poo. Not to forget, I can use her fart to kill all the bad insect, mosquitoes. So I'm convinced already, I'm half Muslim already, you know, just join us. Obviously, a prophet is saying the truth. I mean, women with 1 mile butt, there's no question that this must be from God. George Mandela wanna call me? Okay, come to Discord. Who's holding him? There is no need to say, I want to call you, you want to call me. Don't make a drama, call me. Join. Those who they say they want to fight with you, obviously they are the one who will never fight. Any Muhammadan? I bet you until now he could not have a baby from his wife. Because he keeps saying to her, I will call you. And the call never happened. The only one who answered his wife's call is the neighbor. Any Muhammadan? Believe he know the book of Mohab? Mohab? Oh, okay. Better than the book that is supposed to know. Ah. You know, George, I don't know. I think I'm scared of you, so I decide to block you from YouTube so you can come to Discord and call me. What do you think, guys? The only way to force him to call me in Discord is to block him in YouTube so he will come to Discord and call me if you are a man. Otherwise, you are a homo. And you are seeking just a spank. Just do it, you coward. Stop talking about winning war, yet you never been in one. It's like those who watch movies about war and actions, and then they buy a game, you know, to play war, and then he think really he's a warrior, but he never been in a war. He never saw a war, but he think if he play a game he's a warrior. All right. Sheikh said that this month that Jesus died on the cross, he said that the Muslim story is fairy tales. I think this Sheikh, he is originally from Pakistan, right? He live in maybe in Australia, I think. Any Muhammadan? Nobody. What Christian prince think about Europe invasion of Islam? They deserve it. I want not to cry for European. They deserve more. Every nation will abandon teaching of Christ will be punished. I'm not worried about land and countries. They're stupid. You get what you deserve. They did not come to you forcing themselves. You open your doors for them. You see, when the Bible says my people have been destroyed because they perish because of their ignorance, it's always true. So I will never cry for any European country destroyed by Muslims. They deserve it. In fact, it's a time to be punished after all what they have done. Naked beaches, nightclub, like now, go and walk in the street at night in Europe. Naked women, trash, junk. They deserve it. When you make in Germany, you make your ruler a nudist. This woman is a nudist. She was in control of Germany for how many years? 10 years? She brought 2.5 million Muslim, Syrian. Nudist. A whore. Yeah. Any country abandoning God, they will be punished. I will never cry for any. I believe always God in control, and nobody can win against him. But in the same time, God can punish you by taking his protection from you. As simple as that. All right. Anything? Any Abdul? Again, European, if they repent. Like yesterday, I saw a report from the French government, from high rank, from the president of Macaroni, and they are talking about how dangerous the Muslim Brotherhood. We were talking about how dangerous the Muslim Brotherhood, year after year after year. And those donkeys, now the Muslim Brotherhood, they have at least more than 10,000 mosques and schools in France. They have hundreds of thousands of members. They are in the police. They are in the government. They are even mayors in France. They are everywhere. And now, the stupid French, they noticed that the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization and it's a danger on the Republic. Talking to them, warning them, since I was a kid, actually. Since the internet had been discovered, nobody listened. Even Trump, once he spoke about the Muslim Brotherhood, he will ban it, and he bite his tongue back. Why? Because he will lose Qatar. Because we know that the bank of the Muslim Brotherhood is Qatar and Turkey. Coward. Potato. All of them are the same. The Muslim Brotherhood, Obama himself has a Muslim Brotherhood. This is why he left the sanctions in Iran. The Muslim Brotherhood is Hamas. Hamas is sponsored by Iran. There's alliance between them. The first thing Obama he did when he became president, he left the sanctions on Iran. Not only that, he took all the money which was under the sanctions, which is supposedly owned by the previous king, and he gave it to Iran for free. Absolutely for free. And Obama is the one who built a prayer room, or he designed a prayer room for Muslims in the White House. Obama is the one who started celebrating Ramadan. Obama is the one who's make a speech about Ramadan in TV. What Ramadan have to do with us? He's a Muslim. Even he said, I'm a Muslim. But the stupid American, they don't notice. Oh, he's mistake. Those Democrats are the party of doom. That's why I say to you, whoever votes for Democrat is an Antichrist. You see, I criticize Trump because I'm truthful. I don't support somebody blindly. When he's wrong, I say he's wrong. I voted for him, and if he go for election again, I will vote for him again. Not because he is he's like a wonderful, there's no one like him, but yes, there's no one like him for now. No one. Especially for the politics inside the state. So the Democrat, they are seeking destruction of this country. If Democrats still, and they get more power in this country, and this is actually what they are seeking, they want to open the borders to get more foreigners. So the American, they will become minority by time. If every 4 years we get a 20, 30 million, the population is not increasing normally like this. The majority, they will become just foreigners who don't even speak English. Not a single English word. So the plan of the Democrat is a replacement. They want to replace the population with foreigners, and those foreigners will vote Democrat. So they will change the demographic of the country, and it is in the same time, because they are mental, they are the same as South Africa. They have a problem with the white color, so they want to make the white people our minority. And this is another evil plan. You know, why we should care for how many white and how many black? You know, we are all citizens in this country, and the law for everybody. No, Democrat, they care. Even when they want to make you vote, they will say to you, a woman of color, as if make that a big deal. Like, here we go, Obama become a president. Did he do any good to the black people? No. All his highest rank are very white. Where Obama he lived between redhead rich people, not with the black people. What women of color mean? They are racist. They try to use our race in order to accomplish something. Like, am I voting for Trump because he's white? Who cares about the color of his ass? When I go to buy my grocery, the price is not based on who is white and who is black. I mean, look what they did to this country in the last 4 years. And then we find out that Biden was not even the president. It was Obama ruling the country. Very, very evil party. The most disgusting party ever. And you know, like some people sometimes they get surprised about what I say. Like how you were so happy for Trump to win the election and then you criticize him. We are Christians, my friend. We are not going to support a person blindly when he's wrong. The Bible taught me to rebuke any brother. So if Trump, he considers himself as a Christian, I should rebuke him when he's wrong. I have to be the sound of the voice of the truth. And I have a duty. Many people listen to me and they take what I say you know, very seriously. So I have to be honest. Like he went to the Gulf and he stopped praising Saudi Arabia, praising Qatar, praising Emirates. For what? They give us $4 trillion. That is the most stupid reason to praise them. Are we poor? And they did not give you any penny. Those investment is investment. If they are buying airplane, they are buying airplane. They are getting something for it. They did not give us anything. And can they buy Boeing airplane from anyone else? No. They are buying it for a reason. The other airplanes are not good quality. I mean, even you know, like Boeing have issues, but they buy your weapon, they buy your airplane because they have no other choice. Look at those stupid Pakistani. They bought a weapon from China. Half of it did not function during the time of war with India. They command 10 airplanes to fly to attack India. 4 of them did not fly. So they buy your weapon, they buy your phones, they buy because they have to. They are not doing you a favor. Nobody do a favor to anybody. Politics between countries is not a charity. I just receive alert from my internet provider. Your service include 1,536 gigabyte. You have reached okay. If you etc. you will be charged $10 for every. What a bunch of a scumbag. They tell me this is unlimited. You have unlimited plan. How many days we have left for the end of the month? 7 days. So from now on, they will charge me $10 for every 50 potatoes. Maybe I should sue them, because this is deception. How it is unlimited plan, and then you charge me because what? I exceed a limit. How you say it's unlimited and it's limited? There's other company, but they are horrible. I had them before. I keep losing connection every 2 seconds. The speed is very horrible. Somebody says, can I see CP? Yeah, you can see. You want to see? I can publish it for you in Patreon. Is that will make you happy? Unlimited plan. Let me take a screenshot. What we can do, I don't know. Any Abdul? No Abdul. It's very dry today, huh? No luck. Okay, I just publish it for you in Patreon. You can see it. No, this is the company. I spoke to them before, and they, I spoke to them. They said we will look at it. We will talk to the manager, and I was saying, okay, is my plan is unlimited or limited? They say it's unlimited, but when we say unlimited, doesn't mean it's unlimited. It's really. When we say unlimited, doesn't mean it's unlimited. Yeah. Liars. I wish Trump will do something about that, like if I have connection to him, about how companies, they cheat and they lie. They don't keep their promises, and they take control of the consumer. Do you know anything about the Quran talking about sneezing? Yeah, the Quran and the Hadith. Allah, He loved those who do sneeze, and He hate those who do yawning. But why you are asking? What made you remember the sneezing thing? Muhammad says sneezing is from Allah and yawning is from the devil. So Allah loved those who sneeze and He hate those who yawn. Any Muhammadan? Yeah, the same for insurance companies. They are a fraud. You insure your house, something happened, they will give you your policy, the first page in normal letters, and then the 60, 70 pages after that, they are so small, nobody can read them. And they do it on purpose, so you can't see it. So one day when something happened to you, your house, I will say, oh, you are not covered. So you are paying them money all those years. It's a big scam. Any Muhammadan, come on. Just one. Hello?
Salam Nasir.
Salam, salam.
I have a question for you about... Huh? Just one question.
Sure, sure.
So the Surah al... What is this? Oh, sorry, I have YouTube on. That's fine. Sorry. The ayah that I have is Surah Al-Ma'idah.
Okay. Chapter
5, 116.
All right.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I have it confused. I meant Surah Al-Nur, 24:31.
All right. And what about it?
Okay, so when the ayah is listing the different people that the woman is allowed to be exposed around, when you go down the list, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the fifth line, the end of the sixth line and the beginning of the fifth line, it says al-tabi'in ghayr awli al-irba min al-rijal. So from what I understood, the al-irba, having no physical desire, meant that the person had to essentially be castrated or impotent.
Yeah, correct. And
okay, is there any reference that I can use to demonstrate that when al-irba is being mentioned here, that it is a reference to castration and nothing else?
there's a hadith about Muhammad. Like Aisha, she said, وَمَنْ مِنْكُمْ يَمْلِكُ إِرَبَهُ. That one is not about Muhammad for sure. Like he don't have a penis. But as always, like the word can have a different meaning depending on the context of the line. But let me see if I can give you something.
Thank you.
because Arab is the one who have a a male private part. So and the Quran says من غير ذي العرب, which means they didn't have it. So obviously they lost it. How they lost it? Like if we go, we find a hadith. Let me see. You can see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
All right. You see here in Arabic it says غيري أولي الإربة in Arabic?
Yes.
All right. What the translation is saying? Let us see. A male without sexual desire. This is false. It's a male who have no organ, because how is a male? He cannot have, Yeah. Arab is the sexual part of the body, not a desire. Yeah.
I see.
Like when you
So
say
the issue.
when Aisha, she said وَمَنْ مِنْكُمْ يَمْلِكُ إِرَبَهُ. She is speaking that Muhammad, he controlled his private part,
I see.
Yeah.
So if you type in the word Arab by itself, it'll register as like farj, basically.
Arab is specifically the private part of the male, not necessarily, because farj, usually actually farj, the word farj is a hole, is not really the penis itself in the language, but it can be used for that. Here you see, like the Muslim, they translate the word irabahu as a desire, but this is not really true. Remember, the Muslim, they try to make any Arabic word fit with their religion, not the opposite, which means they don't comply with the Arabic, they make the Arabic comply with them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. So when they make a dictionary, they try to make it fit with their own religion, not the opposite. Like here when it says that Muhammad, he يملك إربه. Okay, what he's talking about? Muhammad, he come to Aisha and he order her to put an izar, a sheet, between her legs, and he start fondling her, and yet she is claiming that Muhammad is controlling his desire. But that will not work, because if a person control his desire, he should not do that. So what he's controlling his private part, not the desire, because he is obviously, when he do that, what he will accomplish? He will accomplish full desire. He will have orgasm, right?
Right.
So he did not control the desire. Desire is is accomplished. Everything he want, he happen. The only thing did not happen, because she have her period, and because he's filthy, he have many wives, he can go to different women. He command her to put an izar, a sheet, between her legs, and then there's different hadith says the blood was covering him too. So when he's doing that, the blood was coming on him and in his clothing. So this is how the Muslim translated, but obviously it is about those who don't have private part, not the one or a penis. Men.
So that.
Men, even in old age, still they have desire. Like a man, he can be 90 years old, still he want to have sex.
Right.
Maybe women are not the same case. Go ahead.
I'm just thinking, because the Quran specifically mentions the men who are castrated, but then you go to the hadith, and there's several hadith that say that the castration is forbidden. There's penalty for castration. So when I try to bring up the point about castration, they'll say no, castration is haram. And I'm like, okay, well, you have examples of slaves. Like, for example, there's the instance of the slave that
Mary.
Muhammad suspected of sleeping with one of his slaves.
Mary
and he commanded that slave be killed. And when the person went to go kill them. They ran up a tree and fell and exposed their
Correct.
lack of genitals.
Yeah.
And then the man realized that this man couldn't have possibly committed the sexual crime because he had nothing to commit the crime with.
Yeah, I mean, the answer they give you is very stupid, because even, let us say, Islam forbid castration, which is, I believe, is not true. There's nowhere it says in the Quran, don't do that. Muhammad, he owned slaves who they are castrated. So why he even accept to have them if this is forbidden? Why he accept something is forbidden? So when Mary the Copt, she was accused to be that she is sleeping with her cousin, and this is the son she bear is not the son of Muhammad. He sent Ali to kill him, and then Ali, he forced him to expose. He told him, I don't have even a penis. So he looked and he said, okay. He came back to the Prophet and he told him, well, he don't even have a penis, you know. So even if they are saying what they are saying, that does not change the fact that at that time there is people who don't have private part. They are slaves. And here the verse says, those who don't have any ability of sex from the men. All right. And here actually,
So what's the
why
so this is right?
who are those people? Those are the slaves actually, because why they are exposed? You see here it says, أو ما ملكت أيمانهم. All right, أيمانهن. أو التابعين. The tabi'in is still the slaves. The tabi'in is the slaves, who they are not having their sexual organs. All right.
Understood.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Look,
it.
even here, look what it says here. This is a Muslim translation. Or male servants. So this is about who? Slaves, right?
Yeah.
Why those slaves only the one they don't have Arab? Why only them? I mean, what about the rest? Only, what about, okay, we let the Muslim women see men who don't have desire. No. This is about the slaves. Those are, they cut their penises, and because they don't have penis, he can see you, which is stupid anyway, because a man who they cut his penis, still is a man.
Right.
And he can do other things, not necessarily, you know, I mean, I mean,
There's plenty of crimes.
yeah, there's many ways to do things. So what if he don't have a penis? So it's just a stupid statement. Why you are allowing the women to expose themselves to male just because they are castrated? So this is about castration. This is not about, like here it says, the lack of a view guard. That's false. You know, they cannot have sex. Yeah. And how we will know who is the servant who have lack of that? How you can do that? You know. Let us.
Right. You gotta check everybody.
Yeah, I mean, let us practice this. Let us see. Let us put this into practice. If this is what they are saying, so if it's true, so how I will know that my servant, he don't have desire for sex? He have a penis now, right? They are saying he have a penis. Okay, so how I will know that he don't have a desire for sex? How you can find out? Are they allowed to make the guy to play with him? You know, are they allowed to? I mean, what they would do? So it's a stupid.
Simulate him.
Yeah.
See if anything happens.
Yeah. So like what? He ordered his wife to play with the guy, see if he got horny, strip in front of him. So it's just a stupid statement. Obviously, it's about men who don't have their private parts. You know, their penises are cut off. Yeah.
Okay.
But don't expect the Muslims to agree with you. And always, Islam bent the meaning even of words to make it fit with the Quran. Like they will say to you, the Quran is higher authority than Arabic. So if the Arabic is the origin or the original language, Quran is using what exists already, not the opposite. Yet they try to make what, like as an example, we are speaking about those who lost their penises. Muhammad, he come with a new word. Who dare to say to Muhammad, this is funny? So Muhammad, he said, المغربون. Have you ever heard?
I was thinking it should say من غير الزبيبة.
Yeah, I mean, what is المغربون? Even the Arab who they are around him, they said, what is that? You know what? He said those who they are homosexual.
What? The people
Yeah.
from Morocco are not going to be happy about this.
I know, you know, but this is what it says. Read carefully. Aisha told that Allah Messenger asked her, have the Mugharribun have seen among you, have been seen among you? She asked, what it meant, you know, what that meant. He replied, they are those whom strain of jinn. What strain of jinn? Simply, it says here, say this is happen if a man neglect to mention God when he has sex intercourse with his wife. What does that mean? When you have sex with your wife and you don't mention Allah, your sons will be homosexual.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is a Sunni source, not a Shia source.
Yeah, this is Sunni. So even Aisha, she never heard of this before. You know, what al-Mugharribun, you know. So Muhammad, he come with the new words. And nobody heard of it before. And now they will put it in the dictionary. And who dare to say this is not Arabic? This is not. This is stupid. I mean, what al-Mugharribun have to do? Mugharribun is somebody going to the west. Right. You know, like this is why we call even Morocco. It's called Morocco. So the name, like the name of Morocco, actually is Maghrib. Al-Mugharribun is all the people of Morocco. Yeah, everybody in Morocco is Mugharribun now.
So bad.
So simply, it's just a stupid religion. I'm trying to find the full hadith where it's make it more clear about al-Mugharribun. I will find it for you. Let me see if we can. This website is very horrible. Like when you try to find something, it gives you like anything connected to the word, not exactly the word you are looking for. Yeah, you see, look what happened now. Exactly. Yeah, it's very hard. I will find it for you. Hold on, let me see. Let us see here. Yeah, I find the same reference in Ibn Athir. إن فيكم مغربين قيل ما المغربين. Nobody knows what he's talking about. You know, I remember those are Arab. Those are not, like here. Here, and he used the word mugharribun. Here, he used the word mugharribin. You know, he's an artist in the you know. Look, see here it says this is different hadith. So those who the genie, they have sex with them, with their mothers, and even with them. Messenger of Allah said to me, have the Mugharribun been seen? I asked, you know, who is the Mugharribun? You know, he says, he replied, whom is trained with jinn. And this is the one about Mugharribun. Where is Mugharribin? Here we go. No, this is Mugharribin too. Mugharribun. Yeah, maybe we cannot find it here in English. You know Arabic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll definitely research this independently. But I appreciate. This is the first time I've heard of this, so I'll definitely look into this.
Yeah, I will give you this website. Here we go. I will give it to you in the chat in Discord. It have more multi-reference of the same story. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You know, never expect a Muslim to agree, especially with something, you know, embarrassing. Same time, the verses is very stupid. because the man is a man. So the women now, according to this verse, she can walk even naked in front of her slave man, just because they claim, according to them, he have no desire for sex. And then next time when they speak to you, ask them how you know that he have no desire for sex. How you know? Because now you claim he have a penis. Why a man he have a penis don't have a desire for sex?
Right, and the strain of jinn begs the question: if everyone is born with a shaitan, does the jinn keep my shaitan company? Do I become a host of several jinn over the course of my life?
You see, Muhammad is always he have many stories, and they are sometimes contradict themselves. So the genie he accompany you. Muhammad, he said in different places, the genie he run in your veins, right? So is he accompany me? Is he sleeping in my nose? Is he in my ears? Is he in my side? Is he in my left hand? Or he is inside me? All of those stories of Muhammad, they are very contradiction for each other, because either he is in the like why a Muslim he don't eat with the left hand, because the shaitan is in the left side of him, the angel in the right side of him. So when you eat with the left hand, shaitan he eat with you.
On that note, I was going to say that Islamic families, if they find that the child is beginning to use their left hand, they will beat that out of him.
Exactly. Yeah, because this is the shaitan will eat with you. And even a Muslim, he cannot, I mean, it's very funny how Muhammad, if you use your left hand, shaitan will use it. So why you use your left hand for your penis?
Or use my left hand for anything.
Yeah, no, I mean, he cannot. You cannot use your right hand for your private part. You know that, right? You have to use only the left hand. It's haram to use the right hand for your penis or your ass. So if the shaitan he would use your left hand always, why you allow the shaitan to play with you?
Right.
You know, you should use the right hand, because the shaitan he will use the left hand. You know, the left hand is his hand of shaitan. Same time, why Allah gave us the left hand anyway, if it's a bad hand? This is why Muhammad, he said that Allah, both his hands are right. You remember the hadith?
See, if we were truly made in the surah of Allah, we should have two right hands.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't have this problem.
No, but here actually there's a big problem on the issue here, because if Allah having a left hand, he will do wrong. That means he is not God, because he is avoiding doing wrong supposedly by having two hands, both of them they are right hand. So
see, this is some with respect to that, I was thinking to myself. So the logic train I was thinking was, so God is all capable. So surely God can do a handstand, and if God does a handstand, then one of those hands has to be oriented left or right.
yeah, but if Allah is affected by where is the hand is located, how he's almighty, and how shaitan can use Allah's hand?
Right.
You know, so what if it's a left hand? You know, and now if we say both hands of Allah are right hand, okay, do we have a left side or he don't? If we have right, that means we have left. You know.
Exactly.
Because you cannot have right side if you don't have left side.
So all of his features are crowded on the right side of his body.
Yeah, that means the left side is what? Is dump, garbage,
empty, marble,
see-through, jellyfish, you know. But it's impossible, because then even the right side will become left.
Right.
You know?
Exactly. It's relative.
Yeah. So it's just a stupid ideology. And this guy is making fictions, and whatever Muhammad is say, the fool, they take it for granted, and who dare to question? Like, I understand metaphorically that we can say such a statement that like now, like even we say left and right wings and left wings. Right wings they represent the conservative, the ones, etc. The left are the hippies, the homosexual, etc. And it's connected to religion too. But when we speak about physical parts, the hand, like even when you enter the bathroom, you have to enter the bathroom with your left foot. Why? Because it's a bathroom. Okay. Why, if I enter the left foot with left foot, is better? So it's a superstition religion. And then you enter with left foot and you say the prayer, you know, Allahumma jannib ash-shaytana wa jannib ash-shaytana, blah, 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 you know. And then you go to the bathroom, and then shaitan, he will play with your anus if you don't say that prayer, if you don't enter with the left foot. I believe Muhammad was trying his best to keep the Muslim busy with his stupidity so they would not think about him, about what he's doing, sleeping with their wives, the money he take, the theft he do. So he made them paranoid, like shaitan sleep on your nose, shaitan jump in your mouth when you do yani, shaitan he pee in your ears, shaitan play with your penis, shaitan play with your anus, shaitan take hair from your butt. I mean, this guy, he scared the hell of them. Shaitan is all over them, and all of it is physical, you know, like nothing even spiritual. So he made them paranoid. So the Muslim now all day long, he is just busy focusing in how he can protect himself physically from shaitan. And that will take a lot, will consume a lot of energy, a lot of thinking, and he will not be able to think. I mean, in fact, a person who will believe in this, he is not thinking. You know, there's no way he's thinking.
I'm thinking also the rituals that lead into the night. So there's like qiyam al-layl, there's like, it's not enough that you do all of the rituals in the day. You're expected to also interrupt your sleep and do things in the middle of the night.
It's just to keep them busy. Just to keep them busy. Yeah. Because if I keep you busy, you don't think, you know, you don't have time to think. You're exhausted. Like even the prayer, why I have to do it in a certain time, and Allah, he come the third part of the night saying who is praying for me. So now he's making it as a reason for them to wake up so early, not even in the time of the prayer. So when this guy is going to live his life, you know, when he is going to have time. So the whole point, the only way I see it, he don't want them to have time to think, to question, because if they do that, they will be out of Islam. That's why chapter 5, 101, he says, ask no questions. Verse 102 says why? Because you know, people before you left their faith if they ask questions. So we give them a lot of a duty to do, and then they will not be able to think about why and how. They are busy, you know.
Right.
And then
I mean,
there is many like even if you are asleep, you have a problem. Like even in sleep, don't sleep on your stomach because shaitan will do boom boom to you. Don't sleep in your don't. I mean, even in your sleep, you're terrified. Yeah.
Right. You're not safe.
Yeah. You want to have sex with your wife, you have to say the prayer. Otherwise, shaitan, he will wrap himself around your penis. He will be doing your wife.
Right, and then you'll be possessed by jinn afterwards.
Exactly, and even your kids will be the kids of shaitan. You know, like when the Quran says, ذُرِّيَّتَهُ, you know, talking about what? Talking about shaitan. Okay, how shaitan have kids? The Muslim will try to fix that. I don't know if you'd read the interpretation for this verse. You know, like you are going to take him and his offspring as you know, to worship them. So the Muslim, they try to fix it. They claim that shaitan he don't have, because you know when Allah kicked the shaitan from heaven, he kicked only one shaitan, correct? Only one.
Yeah.
Okay, how this guy he got children now?
Right.
Adam and Eve are kicked out of heaven because they are male and female, so they can have kids. But shaitan is only one person. So how here it says and his offspring? So
I remember hearing, doesn't he rub his legs together according to the tafsir?
Exactly. So he have a penis, but this is just to solve the problem. Duct tape, you know. They created a story to fix this issue. How the shaitan he have a children?
by doing this, they made the shaitan more powerful than Allah in that he doesn't need a partner.
He did not need a partner. He did not need a wife, as the Quran says. How he can have a son if he don't have a girlfriend? Shaitan do not need a girlfriend.
And here Iblis doesn't need one.
He do not need anyone. He is self-sufficient.
Amazing.
Yeah, Allah is not self-sufficient. Shaitan is. Yeah, like in the tafsir it says, they asked one Muslim, he asked, how Shaitan he have children? Did he get married? The other guy, his answer said, this is a wedding I did not attend. Yeah, it's just a stupid religion. You know, the guy is making things up, and then the poor Muslim, they try to fix it, and here we go. And then there's other reasons to believe in that offspring of Shaitan, because Shaitan, he do share the children's, he share your children with you. How? As we said, if you don't pray before intercourse, Shaitan will do your wife, and then the child will be his son. So in the appearance, the son is yours, but in reality, he is the son of Shaitan.
I wonder if that's how they duct tape this tidal wave of apostasy happening right now.
Yeah.
Not enough people said Bismillah.
Yeah, but trust me, there's still a lot of people, they are so stupid, they are so uneducated, and didn't see, didn't see the problem with that. Like when in the verse in the Quran it says, وَشَارِكْهُمْ فِي الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَوْلَادِ. If you read the interpretation for this, you will see how hilarious it is. شاركهم في الأموال والأولاد. الأموال. Chapter 17, verse number 64. So here it says, and the funny here, Allah is the one who is giving the command to Shaitan. He's telling him to do that. I don't know if you can see with me. So he said to him, go, and those who follow you, they will go to Jahannam. And then, befool them. Allah commanding Shaitan, befool them. Those who you can among them with your voice, all right? By your, skills, by your, ability. And here they add the Muslim, they're saying songs and music, which is false. But anyway, and then he said here, and share with them their wealth, the wealth and their children's. Here the Muslim adds things is not in the Quran. This is false. If you read the interpretation, it says clearly that this is when Shaitan have sex with the Muslim women, if the husband did not make a prayer when he is having sex.
See, and this bothers me more because I know that the reason why Shaitan in the Quran, I'm pretty sure the language is lima aghwaytani.
Lamma aghwaytani.
Yeah, lamma aghwaytani. So aghwaytani, when I looked it up, the translation is false because aghwaytani means seduced.
Exactly.
So to my understanding now, we have that Allah is officially a deceiver and a seducer.
Actually, al-ghawaya is more than just seduce, because your wife, she can seduce you to sleep with her, but nothing wrong with that, right? Here, sure. Al-ghawaya is an act of evil. Here it says actually here, فَبِمَا أَغْوَيْتَنِي, not لَمَا. فَبِمَا أَغْوَيْتَنِي. Here, فَأَغْوَيْنَاكُمْ. Here, فَبِمَا قَالَ رَبِّ بِمَا أَغْوَيْتَنِي. All right? Here, فَبِمَا أَغْوَيْتَنِي. So, al-ghawaya is making somebody, deceiving somebody. Even here, they are translating that as sent me astray, which means deceive me. Like even like if you, the same word appear again, but in different form, it says al-ghawin. So Allah said to the shaitan, nobody will follow you except al-ghawin. Who is al-Ghawin? The one who followed the Ghawaya, which mean awaitani again, which mean the criminals, the filthy, the evildoer. You know?
I see.
Ghawin. All right. So here it says, verse chapter 7, 175, 15, 42, etc. But here, this is the important one. It says, and look how the Muslim translate. So, Inna ibadi laysa laka alayhim sultan illa man ittaba'aka min al-ghawin. What the Muslim translate the word ghawin? The criminals, the polytheists, the evildoers, etc. So Allah.
So the Ghawin are the people that do the riwayah. So Allah would technically be among the Ghawin because of the accusation.
Exactly, because he is the one who did the riwayah to shaitan. He is the one who did deceive him to be to do such an act. And here the Ghawin is the criminals, is the one who go astray, is the evildoer. So if Allah is the one who leads shaitan to be from the Ghawin, that means Allah is one of those in chapter 42. He is a criminal, he's an evildoer, he is Satan. No?
So it's safe to say Islam is basically Ghawa and Mut'a.
Yeah, I mean, if Shaitan himself is a victim of Allah, this verse here says, it says, Iblis said, because you have did Ghuwaya, the Muslim himself translate as send me astray. What send me astray mean? Yudal. Deceive.
Nah.
So Shaitan is a victim of Allah. If somebody deceive me, then I'm a victim.
Right.
I'm not the criminal. If somebody he made you to be a victim of a fraud, we take the fraud victim to jail or the one who did the fraud?
Exactly.
The Muslim,
and he wasn't even initially commanded to bow. The Malaika, from what I understand, Iblis is not even among the Malaika.
Yeah, this is another story. Like how you command the angels to bow down and then you get upset from the shaitan. He's not an angel. You know? It's like saying to dogs, say ow, and then the cat did not say ow. So you say, hey cat, why you didn't say ow? You know? You said dogs.
I think one of the craziest things for me studying Islam is coming to the realization that Iblis Mazlum.
Exactly. According to, in fact, you see, the Quran confirm in many places that Shaitan is an employee of Allah. All right? Like, the same actually about Aghwaytani. Isn't it Shaitan, he says, Rabbi bima Aghwaytani?
Right.
So Shaitan called Allah what? Lord, right?
Ghawi.
No, he called him Lord.
Yeah. That too.
Yeah. So, قال رب بما أغويتني. So Shaitan is calling Allah my Lord. So is he a disbeliever or is he a believer?
Exactly.
He's a believer. And then you find in other verses, actually here, you will see there's an agreement between Allah and Shaitan. Allah told him, go and deceive as many you want, except the one who they are my followers, you have no authority on them, except those who follow you, again from the Ghawin. All right? So Shaitan is in a mission. This is why we see in different verse where Allah says supposedly that Allah will send to every prophet enemy. Who is those enemies? The shayateen. Shayateen al-insi wal jinn. So for every prophet we send enemies. Like all of those, shayateen. But here we find something very weird. Suddenly shayateen is a human and genie. In chapter 6 verse 112 it says, and we have appointed for every prophet enemies from what? From the shayateen among mankind and jinn. So now this is a different level. Who is the one who sent shaitan against Muhammad and against the Prophet? Allah. As you see, he is the one who appointed them. They are his employees.
Right.
Yeah, shaitan is not doing it.
They wouldn't do that unless they were commanded to.
Yeah, it says appointed them. You see, it says there, right?
They're not free agents.
Yeah, they are.
This is not chaos. This is a command.
They are soldiers of Allah. They are commanded by Allah to be the enemies of the prophets. And then we ask ourselves, is Allah siding with the Prophet or he's siding with the shaitan? Which side is his side? So this guy is playing games. So, okay, Muhammad is my beloved. Now I will send enemies. They are shaitan. Hey, shaitan, go to him. Well, why you want to do that? And then in the same verse in the Quran, or same, it says, "Inni asimuka min al-jinnati wan nas." Allah, he said, I'll protect you from the genie and the humans. So what this for? If he's protected anyway, why you are sending shaitan to them? It's just stupid book. You know?
Redundant.
And how shaitan is a human now? It says, appointed for every prophet enemies, so they are shaitan, among mankind and jinn. Jinn, we know already that shaitan is one of the jinn. He's not a human. So how shaitan and he is a human? And then the Muslims, they try their best to fix it and duct tape. So some they will say to you, oh, those are the children of shaitan who have sex with the women. So, or those are the, shaitan when he wrap himself around the penis of the man who didn't pray to Allah before intercourse.
So is this how the Shia ended up with deciding that the Kurdish people were jinn?
No, the Kurdish racism is not only for the Shia, Sunni and Shia. The Kurdish.
Yeah, not to assume I say Shia because I read it in a Shia source, but I absolutely agree that the Sunni also have a deep racism problem, specifically with the Kurds, but also everybody else.
Yeah. We know Islam is based on the Arab. If you aren't an Arab, always you will be discriminated. Like until now, if you go right now and search on Google, can the caliphate be non-Muslims? No, I mean not Arab. He have to be an Arab. He have to be from Quraysh. This is why you notice the caliphate of ISIS. What is the last word in his name? Al-Qurashi. Al-Qurashi. What Al-Qurashi mean? From Quraysh. So they add the word Qurashi so he can receive approve. So anyone, like the king of Morocco, he claimed to be from Quraysh too. He claimed descended from Muhammad. The king of Jordan, he claimed to be from Quraysh. Al-Qaddafi, he claimed to be from Quraysh.
Wow.
So anyone, Saddam Hussein, he claimed to be from Quraysh.
That's so funny.
Yeah. So anyone want to rule, he have to be from Quraysh. Wow. And here, by the way, about the prayer before you have sex with your wife, I remember once a Muslim, this is a long time ago. There's a program, it's called Paltalk. I don't know if you heard of it. It still exists, I think.
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've only heard of it.
So this guy, he's a Muslim. He come to the chat room. He take the mic. They give him the mic to talk. And he starts saying to them, you Christians are the sons of shaitan. I know what he's talking about, but those Christians didn't know what he's talking about, even though they speak Arabic. So the admin, I wasn't I just joined the chat room just to listen. So he texts me in private. He says, can you, this guy, he keep bothering us. We didn't know what to say to him. I'm sure you can do something about it. I said, I'm busy now. He said, please, So anyway, they gave him the mic. In purpose, they gave him the mic. And again, as always, he took the mic. You Christians are the children of shaitan. You are the seed of shaitan. So I took the microphone. I said, are you saying that because there is a hadith? What is the hadith he mentioned? The Prophet says, if you don't say blah, 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 pray before intercourse, shaitan, he will be the one doing your mother. I said, okay. Are you sure this hadith is correct? He said, absolutely. I said, are you sure? He said, absolutely. I told you it's sure, it's authentic. I said, are you sure? He said, why are you repeating? I said, your Prophet, he says you have to repeat 3 times. So 3 times, and now he repeat 3 times that he's sure. So look what I said to him. So I said, as long the one who don't pray to Allah saying those words, Shaitan will do his mother, and the child will be the son of Shaitan. Based on this, your prophet himself is the son of Shaitan, because his father was not a Muslim, and he did not pray this prayer, and he was a mushrik. You should see him you give him the microphone, he start crying. May Allah curse you. May Allah destroy you. You are smart like the devil. And never show up again. Every time he come to them, say you are son of Shaitan. I mean, look how stupid Muhammad is. How you say to them, if you don't say this prayer, Shaitan will do boom boom to your mother, and the son will be the son of Shaitan. When you yourself, your father is not even a Muslim. And for sure,
I mean, they're so eager to hurt Christians that they don't realize that Islam is built on the back of Christianity.
Islam is built in the back of everybody. I mean, Zoroastrian, Hinduism, Jewish, the Kaaba itself, nothing to do with those Arab. There was a 26 Kaaba in the Arabian Peninsula, and all of them connected to the Hindus. The black stone, the vagina, all of those. All those Kaaba, they used to have black stone. 26 Kaaba. And they used to compete with each other. And the Kaaba itself is a practice of the Hindus. And it used to be have no roof. The first time they put the roof is because the other Kaaba owners, they come and they throw garbage from over the wall of the Kaaba.
It's like a big trash can.
So yeah, so to avoid like the enemies, there's competition. Like, you know, you have a store. Let us say you have a falafel store. I open a falafel store. So I want to prove that your falafel store is bad. I throw garbage in it. People, they come to see it dirty. So here the Kaaba, when the people, they come and they found garbage inside the Kaaba, they will start questioning how this is the house of God, and God allow people to throw garbage in it. Where's God? You know?
Right.
So, and then the owner of those Kaaba, they will do the same to their Kaaba. They will go and throw garbage in it. So what they start doing, they start making a door, and they build a roof, and then they call it Bait, which is an Aramaic word. Bait is not even an Arabic word. You know? Like Beit Lahm, the house of the bread. Beit Lahia, all those words you see in Israel, Beit. This is an Aramaic word, mean house. So they start calling it a house, when in fact it's not a house, because before it does not have a roof. It does not have a form of a, you know, it was 4 walls, no door, and the wall is not high, and then they place the idols around it. The whole actually idea of those because they want to place the fertility stone, which is the black stone, on the wall, and then in every corner they have one of those things, the black stone, the Yemeni corner, which is contain stones from the temple of Al-Makkah. And this is why Muhammad, he says, whoever touched them, it erases his sin. That to encourage people to come to visit and spend money. It's a business.
Right.
Yeah, so like you are an Indian Muslim now, you want to be forgiven, you fly all the way to Mecca, and you touch the black stone, you kiss it, your sin is gone. It's a great like way to scam people.
Right.
You know?
Touch this rock, walk around this rock.
Yeah.
Walk between these 2 rocks, throw this rock.
The Saudi, they make a lot of money just from the Hajj. Because
they make billions.
Yeah, a lot of money, a massive amount. Airplanes, all airlines, who they fly, you know, like airlines, when they fly to a city, the airport will charge them, you know. In the case of Saudi Arabia, they charge them a way extra because it's involved Hajj. So there's extra, let us say, procedure. There's extra for health. There's a lot of tax airplane to pay, and they add it to the ticket. And all of this will go in the pocket of Saudi Arabia. And then those who come into Hajj, they have to buy gifts, memory. They have to spend for hotel. They have to buy food. So they spend a lot of money. And you know, the sad is most of them, they are poor. Like someone in Bangladesh, how much the average salary in Bangladesh? Let me ask the Prophet AI.
Sure.
What the average of salary in Bangladesh for an average person?
It's important to differentiate between average and median salary, as the average mean can be skewed by a few very high earners. The median salary gives a better picture of what a typical person earns. Here's a breakdown of average and median salaries in Bangladesh. Average monthly salary, approximately 26,000 to 26,100 Bangladeshi takas, around USD 213 to 218. Annually,
$213.
That's disgusting.
So how a person will pay a ticket? The poor guy, he spent his life saving money, you know. I mean, imagine how much is going to take him to save $1,000, you know.
Right.
Because $1,000, if you don't eat and drink, will be the work of 4 months, at least.
And the standard of life in Bangladesh isn't exactly top tier. Like, you need that money to exist properly, especially if you have a family.
You see, $213 will do nothing. I mean, even in Bangladesh is really, this is nothing. This is why they come to the Middle East, work as a maid, as a garbage cleaners. But we're not making fun of them because we're not making fun. But this is a situation. They are very poor, and they are used and abused in the Gulf. In the top of that, they have to save the money all their life, so one day he can go to Hajj, put all his saving in the pocket of the Saudi rich filthy, and he come back bankrupt. And this is if he did not die, you know.
Right.
Mostly.
Which plenty people do.
Oh, the thousands every year they die, but they hide a number, you know. Like they made it like it's forbidden to take pictures of any case of death in the Hajj. It's a bigger crime. But there is some leaked pictures. I don't know if you saw them.
I saw a couple of them.
You know,
but I like the idea that snitching on the royal family is haram.
Oh yeah. Let us see. I mean, they throw them like they are garbage and trash cans. Unbelievable. Very, very disgusting. Let us see. Mautul Hajij. They stink. Nobody take them. They even wrap them in the top of each other. You know.
Just make a pile.
Exactly, like a pile. I will show you. I know it's not a pleasant scenery, but look at this.
That's like how they do this. This looks like garbage in New York.
Look at this. Those are dead Hajjaj.
This is disgusting.
Yeah. And you can imagine the smell. You can imagine, you know, people on the top of each other, thousands. You know, we are not talking about like a 1, 2. I mean, you can look at this picture. Look at this. You know. Yeah.
This is foul.
People, you know, look at this here. Look at this one. Look.
Wow.
Yeah. And Mecca during the Hajj is horribly dirty. Look. And they leave you there. It take for long to take them. The smell, the flies, the insect. And many of them, they are not carrying their ID with them because, you know, during the Hajj you have to wear a sheet only. There's no underwear. There's no pocket, you know. So if you don't have an ID, nobody will know who you are. They will dump you. Yeah. Very, very. Look at this. Thousands.
That's a long line.
Yeah. Look at those women. She's sitting between the dead.
Right.
How they sit there? I don't know.
I don't understand.
They are.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. Very disgusting. Look at this. And look, do you see how dirty the floor? Do you see the plastic, the cases? Do you see how the floor is?
Literally everywhere.
You see the garbage everywhere, and the dead are. Why even they are putting the dead next to the garbage?
Right.
How even this truck went inside between those people? Did they drive over them? You know how the car went there? Yeah.
Can you imagine having? Can you imagine if you parked your car there and then you come back and find all these dead bodies?
Yeah, it's like a zombie movie, you know.
I'm never leaving this parking spot.
Look, this guy is naked, you know, naked, like totally naked. Do you see? They don't, because they are not allowed to wear clothes. They have only a sheet. Do you see him?
Yeah, this looks like a massacre at a bathhouse.
Yeah. Everybody is naked. Look, this guy, you can see even his private part. They are just wearing a sheet. So nobody will know their names, nobody will know their family, nobody will know this country. It's a messed up religion. But you know, they wanna receive you know, the blessing of Allah. You know? Yeah. Carry them like dead everywhere. Look. Do you see what it says in the truck, on the name of the truck, in Arabic?
What's it? Wizarat al-Sahha. No way!
They are using a truck. The Ministry of Health, they are carrying people by trucks. Trucks. Not ambulance. Trucks. Yeah. Like, you know, like mosquitoes.
Bida.
Yeah. Those are only Iranian. Yeah. And then in the news, they lie always about the number. So in the beginning they say 100 die. Then more pictures come. They say, okay, 200. Then more pictures come. They say, okay, 400, 700, 1,000. And then the number keep going up and up. And then, okay, 5,000, 7,000. They are the most deceiving government in the world because they don't want to expose themselves for what's happening there. Look at this man. Look at this. You see his butt? This guy? His butt is totally exposed. This black guy here, you know?
And the guy's head is right by the other guy's butt.
I know, yeah.
I mean, the disrespect.
Yeah, it's this is Allah wish, you know, but those will go to heaven. Let us think about it in a positive way, you know? Don't be negative.
The Muslims celebrate. The twisted thing about this is that the Muslims will celebrate this pile of dead bodies because they believe that they died the most honorable death.
Sure, yeah, sure. And then don't forget you have to throw the rocks on the shaitan. The shaitan, he lived in the same city of Muhammad.
And his house keeps getting bigger and nicer, mashallah.
Oh yeah, look at the house became like the ship of Noah, you know?
Deluxe.
Yeah, the old house of Shaitan was so small, was so tiny, one column of rocks. Let me show you an old picture. Yeah, look at this. This is how the house of Shaitan used to be.
What the heck is that?
This is the house of Shaitan.
This looks like a fountain you throw pennies in.
Yeah, the rocks. You see rocks there? So this is like 100 years ago. You know? And this is the house of Shaitan. Now the house of Shaitan gets so big. You see, now it's getting improved. Now it's getting bigger. Bigger. And now become the ship of Noah. 3-4 floors. It's possible that Shaitan, he took a loan and he was able to build. He changed from this few rocks, you know, horrible, to this. Then he got more money to this and this.
Prince, I was thinking, imagine how many people in the pile of bodies that we saw أكلوا حجر طايشة.
Oh yeah, for sure. They even like when you go there, many people get injured because when they throw rocks, like look at this picture. How you, if you are here, how you can throw the rock all the way there? So you throw the rock, whoever in front of you, you know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like if you are close to the edge, you can throw it and you don't hit anybody. But when they have a Hajj, the massive number will be massive. Look at this. How you can throw the rock without hitting the head of somebody? You know? Everybody wants to throw the rocks because they want to fight Shaitan. Oh, no, Shaitan, you know. And then this building, by the way, is many floors. Like this is, I don't know, this is maybe the third floor. So you go in the third floor to throw rocks. And then all the rocks will go down and the trucks will take it and put it for you again at the top so you can throw it again. You know?
Fun game we play.
Yeah. Like look at this. This is the last floor. Yeah, I can tell this is the last floor. Look how busy it is, you know? Yeah. All they are coming to throw rocks. Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, Shaitan, we want to fight Shaitan.
Yeah, this is definitely not pagan.
Absolutely. Not like those Christians. They don't have. Do you have rocks? You don't have rocks. and look how many. Look how many they become. Look, 1, 2, 3. Shaitan is improving. His veil is getting bigger. You know.
This is developing into a small city.
Yeah.
It's got skyscrapers.
And look, all those roads are going to throw rocks at the Shaitan. All those. Look.
Oh man.
Yeah, like ants. That's why they die, because if one of them fall down, the one behind them, they can't stop. You know.
That's it.
They keep talking, walking.
It's like water.
Yeah, they will. That's it. You're dead. And especially if you're an old person, you cannot. You know, somebody push you, you fell down, they step on you. Nobody can take you up. Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
if they wanted.
Imagine the massive power of the size of this gathering. You know. Yeah. So this is how it used to be a long time ago. And this is how it is now. Star War.
Hilarious.
And this is a picture from the last roof. No, this is not the last roof, actually. I think this is maybe the last roof. Yeah, maybe.
See, when I see this many bodies, the first thing that I think is, where are the bathrooms?
What bathroom?
You know, like what? How are these people, like for a religion that's so obsessed with being clean? How are these people able to even maintain basic hygiene?
Mohammed, he used to pee in the street. Mohammed, he used to take shower with dead dogs. So what obsessed with the cleaning?
I'm imagining most of them have diapers on, to be honest.
Yeah, well. I mean, it's just stupid to go there. Look, this guy is so excited when I throw the Shaitan.
I got you.
May Allah curse you, Shaitan. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, they separate between women and men in the mosque. But here, look at this. This woman behind her men. This woman behind her men. And they are wearing nothing. They are wearing totally nothing. There's no pant. There's no underwear. They are naked, you know, and their women is all over. All those women, the one in black, are women, mixed with the men. Look at this guy. This guy is, man. He came from Dagestan. He came from Dagestan to kill Shaitan. And look how small the rock. Look, they are
right?
They are forbidden them. They are forbidden name now, I think, because they are hurting each other, you know, when they throw it, to use big rocks. So they get even small, tiny one.
I was thinking to myself, this man has the mask on trying to protect himself. The moment he gets next to that black stone, he's going to put his lips on a stone that has been spit on by 3 million people.
Yeah, and this is supposedly the mask will make you protected. This guy is coming from the end of the world to throw the rock. Man, you can imagine how many injury shaitan you have there. This guy is crying, you know, praying, you know, oh, you know, we hit the shaitan, you know. Look at this face. Look at this face. Look at this face.
I'm gonna get you, ya shaitan.
You son of mut'a shaitan, I'm going to kill you. When the real
I came here.
When the real shaitan is Allah, you know.
Right.
Shaitan is a Muslim.
The Trinity in Islam is like the persons of the devil. You have Allah, you have Muhammad, you have the shaitan.
What a crazy garbage cult. They are keeping the tradition of the pagan before Islam because they are still pagan. That's why they wear those sheep. Those are from the Hindus. The Hindus they show one shoulder, and they wear the same kind of. This is Indian clothes. This is Indian. You see. This is Hindu clothes. They shave your head. You wear a sheet. You don't wear anything. You cover one shoulder. You wear certain kind of sandals, like one piece of leather, and you have a black stone. The Hindus is the same. They wear the sheet. They expose one shoulder. The difference is here, like they are using white. The Indian, they use different color, like sometime orange or etc. Yeah. But if you compare between their clothing, you will see the same.
Yeah, a lot is the same. The moving in circle, they call it circambulating. So when you walk in a circle around the shrine, the Hindus do that. When they do labbaik Allahumma labbaik, labbaik Allah, that's mantra, and that is also Hindu. You know, the black stone covered Hindu. The shrine, the Kaaba is a shrine, and then within it was basically a shrine that housed shrines.
Exactly. Gods and idols and etc. You know.
And then we covered the other day the Sabian washing.
Everything is copied from somebody. You know. Everything Muhammad have is a copy. The clothing, the tradition, the only thing Muhammad is different from others, like because he tried to differentiate himself from the Christians, so he forbade the Muslim to use the bell, you know. So Omar is the one who came with the adhan, and then since then they started doing adhan, the call for the prayer. In the beginning, they said to him, "What about we use the bell?" But Muhammad, he tried his best not to look like he is copying from the Christian and the Jews. This is why he took Friday, you know. So the Jews have Saturday, the Christian have Sunday. He cannot take those days. But we know that the Quran speak about how important the Sabbath, right? Because Allah, he cursed the Jews and he make them pigs and monkeys because they broke the Sabbath. So how suddenly Friday become important? The Quran speak about Friday.
You have to reset your password to Eric or your keyboard. Sorry.
Yeah, that always happen. You know, I find out after I spend my time typing. You know, yeah. Here you see actually chapter 62, verse number 9. This is the only verse speak about the day of Friday. And it says here that when you are called for the prayer in the day of a Friday, go for that and stop your business and your buying and selling. But the reality, The Quran never mentioned Friday is the favorite day of Allah or Muhammad. The reason this verse exists because in a Friday, the Jews, they close. You see, remember the Jews, their Sabbath start in Friday, not in Sabbath, not in Saturday like now. So by the sunset, the Jews, they cannot work. They close all their stores. Muhammad now in Medina. So those Muslims, because the Jews are going to close soon, they don't come to the prayer, they go to do shopping from the Jews before they close. So Muhammad in the mosque, nobody's coming to pray. So he made this verse to remind them that when it is a Friday, don't do what you do always. Come to the prayer. All right? But the real reason for this is the Jews. The Jews, they close Friday sunset. So in order to avoid having the mosque is empty and nobody's coming, Muhammad, he made this verse so the Muslim will leave shopping and come to him and join him in the mosque. But the Muslim, they claim... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry? Well, I was just going to say the funny is that the Jum'ah prayer is famous for its market.
Yeah, actually,
So, like,
it's true. But
you know, like there's Su'at Jama'ah, after Salat al-Jama'ah, you have all of the different vendors parked outside of the masjid.
Exactly, it's a bazaar. But the most important question is how Allah, he cursed the Jews and the for breaking Sabbath, and yet he himself, he don't want a Sabbath no more. What happened? Why Sabbath was important for the Jews? Why it's not important no more? You know? So Muhammad, in order to differentiate himself, according to the hadith, you know, he chose Allah, he hid the day of a Friday from the Christians and the Jews. He left it for the Muslims. But this is a very false and funny excuse. Obviously Muhammad, he tried to differentiate himself. If the day of Friday is true, as the Muslim they practice now, it is just Muhammad trying to avoid being called out for using and copying the Christian and the Jews. This is why I remember when he was praying and the Jewish person walked by and he said, this is how we do it. Muhammad, he said, khalifuhum. In fact, Muhammad, he commanded the Muslim to act differently in everything, including even how to dye your hair. You know, look how many times it says khalifuhum, khalifuhum. You know, khalifuhum. Act differently, act differently, act differently. All right. So
I mean, could he act any more differently than the Jews than by breaking every single commandment of God?
Yeah, everything in Islam is a copy of somebody, and then when Muhammad, he noticed that they are accusing him that he is copying, he start trying to change, you know. So he took Friday instead of Saturday. He copied the Jews praying toward Jerusalem. He started praying to Jerusalem. And then when they start making fun of him, what do you have to do with Jerusalem? He changed his prayer as the advice of Umar into Mecca. He followed the Jews' practice of having a kosher food. This is from the Jews. This is not Islamic. Yet he broke. You know, he did not like he eat camel. You know, he eat etc. He kept only the pork issue. And then the Sabi'an and everything is from somebody. Not a single thing is coming from his own. The Kaaba is from the Arab before him. The black stone from the Arab before him. The Yemeni corner. The Tawaf,
Yeah.
going around the Kaaba, you know, going naked.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, going naked around the Kaaba, which until now the Muslim they practice. This is a practice was done by the Arab for centuries before Islam. So it's not something new. you know. And this is actually additional proof that was a very sexual practice. Otherwise, why people they have to go totally naked around the Kaaba?
Right.
Like,
Bohemian.
yeah, what is exactly the religion practice there to go naked? You know, it doesn't make sense. Why totally naked? It's not just. So now what Muhammad he did, you see, after they go naked, you will see here it says that they provide them with the clothes. You see it? They provide them with the clothes. What is the clothes? This is what the Muslims they wear now in the Hajj. So after they go around the Kaaba naked, they give them those sheets. They round them around themselves, and then they continue the rituals. So women and men, they used to go naked around the Kaaba, and then after they finish, they give them those sheets which the Muslims now are wearing. Yeah.
See.
The nudity Kaaba. Imagine if we can go back on time and look at the naked people go around the Kaaba, and we have a video of that.
Have like the black stone covered in blood.
Yeah, and you know the funny is that Allah, when a Christian king, if you remember the story about the elephant, a Christian king, he come to destroy the Kaaba. Allah, he sent birds and he destroyed them, but Allah did not send birds to destroy them when they are naked around the Kaaba, and they have 365 idols.
Yeah, the birds that Allah sent to destroy the Kaaba now are just painting it.
Yeah, and now the Saudi are buying the F-16 from America to protect Mecca. Look like the birds are not working no more, you know.
And you know, there's the issue of taking the Christians and Jews as protectorates. So when you have Saudi and Qatar and all these people that rely on the West to offer them the military protection that they need in order to secure their oil wealth, they've essentially apostated from Islam.
You see, I have a very serious information about that the Saudi, they have many units of the Israeli to protect their land from the Houthi. It's not necessarily the American. They are using the Doom. You see, that even America now is copying the Israeli Doom system. So the Saudi and the Emirati and the Bahrain, they are using the Israeli weapon, but they don't say in public. But it is known. You know, there's Israeli. This is why you see there's videos of Israeli going to the Kaaba. You know, how Israeli go there? Since when Israeli can go to Saudi Arabia? They go. No. If you go right now and search for meeting between Netanyahu and the Crown Prince, between the minister, between the Shabak, all the intelligence department, they are all over Saudi Arabia. So in the appearance, they are not having relationship with Israel, but Israel is the one who protect them. In fact, they trust Israel more than America for a very simple reason. Israel, they are there, you know, and their enemy is the same enemy they have, is Iran. America doesn't care. Like now, Trump, he will sell them out. If I believe Trump now, he want to make an agreement with Iran in order to lower the price of gas. He left the sanctions. The price of gas will go down so fast because now Iranian, all their oil will be available, and that will affect the market. You know, so the Saudi, the Emirati, they cannot trust Trump. With all what we saw with this news and the noise about investment is just garbage. The only one they can trust is Israel, because the enmity between Israel and Iran, as long as this regime exists, it is it's for sure exist. The Americans, they don't care. You know, you cannot trust. American actually don't have a friends. You give them money, they switch side. As simple as that. You know, they don't have friends.
Yeah, I think Henry Kissinger said one of the dangerous things you could be is an ally.
Yeah.
So specific.
And they spend the last 50 years keep talking about the Soviet Union and Russia the enemy. Now they have a new trend. China is the enemy. You know? And there is a reason for that. Everything have a reason. Before, they were afraid of the Islamists. Now the Islamists, they became friends. And the president of Syria is a nice president, and he is a good guy. Yesterday he was wanted by the FBI, and there's $10 million in his head. America, you know. And yesterday,
Trump calling him a fighter was crazy.
Yeah, yesterday they want to kill Al Qaeda. Today Al Qaeda.
Fighter.
Yeah. Why our Abduls are not going naked around the Kaaba anymore? Who said they don't? Don't you see the pictures? They are just wearing the sheet.
Barely a towel.
Yeah. I mean, they are still naked. Who said they are not naked? Still the same. Actually, the sheet is the same. You know, this is the sheet they used to give them after they go totally naked. You know, after they finish, they provide them with the clothing. So nothing changed. The pagan practice before Islam is the same.
I have a question about the word Kaaba. So if I understand correctly, in Arabic, the word that we use for cube is not Kaaba, it's Muka'ab.
Yeah, I will not be surprised that sorry.
Sure.
Sorry, I mute the mic so I can cough. I will not be surprised if the Kaaba originally is not even Arabic. I have a great suspicion that it is Aramaic word, have nothing to do totally with the way is used today. Like many words in the Quran, like even the word Quran, you know, this is an Aramaic word. It's not really. It's not an Arabic. There's nothing like in Arabic when you say, if you know grammar, like you say, أكل يأكل أكلا, شرب يشرب شربا. Quran is supposedly an act, not a noun. So,
right.
قرأ يقرأ Quran. You cannot say that.
No.
You know. So قرأ is an Aramaic word, mean قرأ ورأى. Kaaba, I think, is connected of two words. But you know, I'm not a scholar in the Aramaic language. There was a person actually. He is a professor in the Aramaic language. Too bad I don't know. I lost connection with him. This guy is so good in languages. He knew the Aramaic. He knew the Akkadian language. He knew like many languages, and so like he have many. Me myself, I learned from him many things. In fact, every word you read it in the Quran, the origin of it is coming from the Aramaic. So the word Kaaba, like you know, there is a name. I'm sure you know it. Kaab al-Ahbar. You know Kaab al-Ahbar?
No.
Kaab al-Ahbar supposedly is a Jew. So what Kaab mean?
Kaab, like I understand that to be like Kaab Indra, you know, like the heel of a shoe.
Okay, this is true. You know, so it can be, let us say. I'm trying just to find a way to translate it. The bottom of the thing. The bottom
okay.
of the thing. So when you use the word Kaab for your shoes, that is the bottom of your shoes.
Got it.
All right. So Kaaba obviously is coming from the Aramaic language, and it is the bottom. the bottom of what is going to be the bottom of Mecca. That's why we see Mecca
Oh, it's the lowest point.
is the lowest point.
Oh,
This is why
I can see it.
when there is a flood, the Kaaba is always covered by the sewage water. Why? Because it is in the Kaab location.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so
That makes a lot more sense.
yeah. So you see here, this is the Kaaba. It's flooded by the water, by the sewage, you know. And actually, this is alone is enough to prove Islam to be false, because how Allah is the one who chose the location, and this is the lowest and the horrible location in Kaaba in Mecca.
Compare this to the temples that they build at the tops of mountains.
Yeah. The most they build everywhere, but the Kaaba is in the worst location. You know, look at this. Even people they swim. Look here. Look at this one. Ah, this is Photoshop. Forget it. This is Photoshop. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Mecca is a very horrible place because when little flood, disasters happen right away. Little rain, you know, because the ground, it's not really the kind who will absorb water easy, and a flood will happen so fast, and then all the sand and the dirt will move with it, and many people die. But the most embarrassing is what happened in the Kaaba. You know, how this is the house of God, and then the house of God is a flood with water and sewage, dirty water. You know.
That's so much.
Who is the one who chose the location according to Muslims is Allah.
See, I was under the impression that the Earth rotates because there are people that are constantly walking in circles around the Kaaba. There's people that believe that, like the interaction, that the Kaaba is the center of the universe somehow, and that, or the center of the Earth at least, and that the people interacting with the Kaaba are an important part of moving the clock. Like if the world was a clock, the people interacting with the Kaaba are winding the clock.
You know, I always see things differently from what people see it. What you said, it is possible, but for me, the way I see it is different. Like, you know, what even they call the go around the Kaaba, they call it Tawaf. You know, Tawaf.
Which now, looking at this picture, makes a lot more sense.
It's like, yeah, it's coming from Tawafan, huh? Yeah. Yeah, but Tawaf is like, you know, there's people, they are coming, and you need to reach the point, and there's a lot of people. So what you do? Let us go in circle, so all of us, we will reach the point. You know what I mean? So we can touch every corner of it, not only one place. So we go in circle. So now you are walking and you are touching. I'm walking behind you, touching. This way, all of us we can touch. And this is connected to worshiping the god of fertility, and the stones, they are coming from the Yemen. And I'm sure there is like, if I have a like deep connection with the let us say with the old language, like the Aramaic language, I will not be surprised that the word tawaf is coming from something maybe we never thought about, you know.
Right.
Yeah. You see, even the Arabic, like, you know, the English letters, those are Aramaic. The English numbers. The English numbers are Aramaic alphabet. So like when we see here 9, this is this is the alif. This is letter alif. All right. This is the B. Abjad, Hawaz, Hutti, Kaliman, Sarah. So those are not numbers. Now their look now changed differently from the original Aramaic, but this is the alphabet of the Aramaic. This is not numbers. The Aramaic, they use the alphabet as alphabet and numbers at the same time. So the same letters are letters on the alphabet. And here you see how much involved the Aramaic in everything. Like here, actually, look, it says here the word ummiyin. This is Aramaic. You know, yuzakihum, zakah. This is Aramaic. Kitab, Aramaic. I mean, you cannot, you know, every word you know, asfar, the word asfar, Aramaic. You know, let's mention in the Bible. Ayat, the word ayat is Aramaic. Amin is Aramaic. I mean, everything you see around you, this is Aramaic. So the Aramaic dominate the Quran. Remember, there is a hadith where it says that Waraq ibn Nawfal was translating the Bible from Aramaic into Arabic. And how he translate any words, as like now, if I speak Arabic, you speak Arabic, but still we use the word, we say computer, correct?
Right.
Because we don't have, you know, I mean, they try to come with the equal word, but it sounds funny and so stupid and so long. So
Jihad's whatever.
Al-Hasub, you know. So
yeah.
There it is. So in order to solve the problem, they try to create words, but it doesn't work. But there's an invasion of other languages always come to you, especially if you don't have equal word. And if you don't know even the translation for it, that will be even more horrible, because now you have to use the word, but you do not know the meaning. And then the one who read after you, if you do not know Aramaic, he will be more confused. This is why you see the Muslim, they keep saying Allah knows best what he meant by those letters or those words.
Right.
Because those are Aramaic. No? Everything in the Quran, Ar-Rahman, go check the Aramaic. Ar-Rahim, go check the Aramaic. The word Bism, go check the Aramaic. The word Allah is Aramaic. So what is left? Where is the Arabic? And by the way, the word Bism here written wrongly, you know that, right?
Right.
It is
they shaved the letters to make it sound nice.
Yeah, the real is Bi-Ism. Yeah. Quddus is Aramaic. Malik is Aramaic. I mean, everything is Aramaic.
I had a hypothesis about the Kaaba theory. I had someone present something that I had a hard time refuting. So Kaaba sounds very similar to Kahba, and when you think and when you think about the fact that the Kaaba has a big silver farj.
Yeah, we cannot go there because you know they will say we are exaggerating, making things up.
I mean, I didn't have to stretch that
no,
hard.
but I can help you with different thing. The Hajj was not Hajj, was Hak. Hak. You know what Hak mean, right?
Like the scratch?
Scratch. So if you remember, I don't know if you saw me before showing the reference of women, they touch their vagina and then they put their hand inside the black stone.
Right.
You know, so the reference says that the black stone became black because of what? Because of the blood of the women menstruation. But
beautiful.
So what does have to do with this? So when the women when she's coming to the Kaaba, and she do that, she go naked, as we saw in the previous hadith, and then she do it when she have her menstruation. And this is why she is there, because those are women who want to have a baby and they could not do so. So what they do, they go to the black stone, which is the god of fertility stone. And this is why the black stone is made in the shape of what? Of a vagina. So she placed her hand on the black stone. You see my screen still, right?
Yeah.
All right. Here it says, speaking about the black stone, Gabriel, he brought the black stone from the sky All right. So this is a stone coming from Allah.
Gabriel brought him the black stone from the sky.
All right. And then here it says, and it used to be white like pearl from heaven. But when the flood menses, the menses blood, touch it, and during the previous Islamic era of ignorance, it become a black.
It was a white ruby from paradise, but when menstruating women touched it in the pre-Islamic era, it turned black.
All right. So now we need to ask ourselves, what the connection between the menstruation of women and the stone being turned black? How the menstruation reached the stone? So what they do, when they go around the Kaaba, the woman, she placed her hand over her vagina with the blood, and then she placed it inside the black stone, and then the man, he come after that, and he put his penis and he do hack.
What?
Yeah. So because this is a vagina, you know, the purpose of this what is the women to have babies. All right. So obviously she believe that her vagina is cursed, and the man, he believe that his penis is cursed. So the husband, the wife, they are not even to have baby. So we need to do something. So they go to the black stone, and then after the woman, she place her hand over her vagina with the blood, and then she put it on the stone. The man it is his turn, because the fertility will not happen without the man, and if his penis is cursed, then the woman still will not have baby. So by putting his penis inside the black stone and scratch it there, or hack, like, you know, there's a better word than scratch it. I don't know what the word in English. Hack is not really scratch it.
In English for our English audience, they're essentially grinding. Like that behavior, like it's almost like, imagine when you're in a dance club and someone is dancing too close.
I found a better word. Fondle. He fondle.
Okay, fondle.
Fondle.
Fondle usually has to do with the hands. It sounds like this is more with the waist.
Oh, really? I don't know. I thought fondle mean with his penis. How Muhammad he fondle Aisha with his hand? I don't think so, because he ordered her to put the sheet, and he was putting his private part with his legs. So anyway, after the woman, she placed her hand with the blood, and actually you see the black stone is designed as what? Is a vagina. It is a vagina, you know. Like, is that a coincidence that the black stone look like that?
I mean, of all the shapes to choose.
Yeah. I mean, why we don't have a stone? I mean, the whole Kaaba is stones. Why this one is look like this? The only reason, because it was a vagina.
And people that say it doesn't look like a vagina probably haven't seen a vagina.
Yeah, and by the way, the black stone was not in the same look. You know, remember the Kaaba destroyed many times. So it used to be way lower, way down. But then the Kaaba get bigger, and even they changed the location of it. It's not the same exact location in the old days. But obviously, sexuality is heavily involved in the practice of the Kaaba. Going naked, menstruation. I challenge any Muslim to tell me what the relationship between the black stone, being a black, it was white, and then the menstruation make it black. So what the reference we showed, it was about touching the black stone with the menstruation, and why the menstruation. Why the woman should have menstruation anyway? The menstruation is because of sin. According to Islam, women and men, after Adam and his children Noah, women should do not have menstruation. But then they start mixing with each other, so Allah, He punished the women, and He decided to make them have menstruation. And those women who they are not able to have babies, they believe they are cursed, so they are commit sin. So their blood, their menstruation is full of sin. So when they place their hand inside the black stone, that stone now will get black because their blood is a blood of sin. So that stone is affected by their sin. This is why even in different hadith, it says that the black stone was white, and then the sin of mankind made it black. So Muhammad make it even more clear by mentioning that this is connected to sin. If we go, closing some browsers, okay, you will see Muhammad making it so clear that this is about sin. So those women, their blood, because they are sinners, they are not able to have babies. Let's see. Like, look at this hadith here. Muhammad declaimed now, two things are from paradise: the Yemeni corner and the black stone. They used to be rubies, and they illuminate the east and the west. They were so shiny. Then by time, the sin of mankind made those two corners lose their brightness, and they become black because of the sin. Let us see. Trying to find the hadith. All right. There's a hadith. It says that it's been blackened by the sin of mankind. We'll try to find it. All right, so where to khataya? Okay, let's see this one. Maybe we can find this one. And that will make it more clear for us that it was those women, they believed that their private part involved sin. That's why they could not have babies. Where is the hadith, man? I mean, I have the hadith in Arabic, but let us see again. Okay, this one should be there. Let us try this one. Because this hadith repeated like hundreds of times, but not all the hadith are translated here. Here we go, finally we found it. And this is very authentic hadith. All of them say the same, you know. So here it says that the sin, you see it? The sin of the descendant of Adam made it black. How the sin will affect the stone? The interpretation of the Quran explained to us. It was the women and men who commit sin and their blood and their period, and the men penises who scratch on the black stone, because the stone will take your sin from you.
So the same thing that made the black ant and the black dog evil.
Yeah, but in this case, the stone is sucking your sin. That's why your sin is gone. So it was white. The women touch it with her menstruation. The man, he scratched his penis inside it. Both of them, their sin now transmitted from them to the black stone, to the god of fertility, and then supposedly they will have babies if they have sex.
See, I would believe that if in Islam black men would touch the stone and turn white.
That's a good point.
Then it would all make sense to me.
Yeah, according to Muhammad, by the way, a black man, he's black because Allah created him to go to hell. You know the hadith, right?
With the black ants on the shoulder?
Yeah. So Allah created the white to go to heaven and black to go to hell from the beginning, you know. This is why they will not turn white anyway. When the Muslim, they go to heaven, the angels will give them 2 drinks. One will make them so tall like Adam, and the second one will make them so white, and they will be in the age of Jesus, and they will look like Joseph. So it's a drink, you know, a drink will change the color. Other story of Muhammad, if you remember the chapter of the end, verse number 20, chapter 27, verse 82, is speaking about the beast will come from the ground, and then this beast will have a staff of Moses and the ring of cinnamon, and then hit you with this with the staff or the ring, and it will make you either white or black. So this is other story of Muhammad. As usual, Muhammad, you know, have many stories, but they don't make sense, and because either the drink will make me white or the staff will make me white. Which one?
Well, like, what if I'm perfectly happy being black?
No, you cannot. First of all, if you are black, you will not enter heaven anyway. They will make you whiter, not only white. It will make you like so white. You know, you don't enter heaven just white. Will make you so white. That's why Muhammad, he promised the Muslim men that in the heaven the women, they will be so white to the point you see the marrow of their bones. So we are not talking about like a normal white color. We are talking about extreme white to the point you can see the marrow of the bones. Like, you know, Muhammad, he noticed that if you are a white person, you can see the vein, right? Under the skin.
Right.
Yeah. So the more white you are, the more you can see through.
Wow. So basically we're going to become albino.
You will become you will become jellyfish. Yeah,
my God.
You will become a jellyfish, literally. And this was, and Muhammad, he knew that those people are obsessed with the white women. You see, white women mean many things for the Arab. That means first that she is a spoiled. She never saw the sun. She is not a servant. She is a spoiled woman. She is a daughter of a rich family, you know.
Living in the shade.
Yeah, she is the one who is going to be served, not the one is serving. So, like, you know, when I was a kid, there's many things I couldn't understand. Like, we have a song speaking about a woman. She is so beautiful to the point the camel could not carry her. And then I could not understand what the connection between the beauty and the camel is not able to carry. I mean, the camel is massive animal, can carry a woman, human being so easy, you know. So what the connection? And then after studying carefully the history of the Arab, it turned to be that if she is so fat, I better go soon. I'm losing my voice. If she is so fat, that means she is so beautiful. If she is so skinny, nobody will marry her. That means she is not healthy. So the beauty of this, why if you remember the story about Zainab bint Jahsh, it says وَكَانَتْ بَيْضَاءٌ جَسِيمَةٌ. Do you remember? I didn't
read that pretty good, but I'm listening.
Yeah. So Zainab, she was بيضاء جسيمة. She was very white and so fat, huge, from the most perfect women of Quraysh. So because she is so fat and she is so huge, this is why they say she is the most beautiful woman of Quraysh. So then now I understand that when they say the camel could not carry her,
Because she's obese.
Because because she's a truck. You know, she's so big.
She's a beast bigger than the camel.
The camel could not carry her. Obviously, the camel is less weight than her. You know, yeah. But you know, like if you are not connected with the history, you will be confused because what does have to do with this? I mean, why she is? If it says she's so big and so fat, and she is white, so those are the conditions for beauty: white, fat, and big. Like here, if we go to Al-Qurtubi, and we search for the word bayda. Here we go. You see it? فأبصر زينب قائمة كانت بيضاء جميلة جسيمة من أتم نساء قريش. And he have lust for her.
Okay.
Then he saw Zainab standing. She was white, beautiful, and of a large build, one of the most perfect women of Quraysh. He fell in love with her.
Yeah, the translation is false here. It says فهويها, not love. He have lust for her. Hawa is lust. So she was so massive, huge, and white, and that will make her, as you see, the most perfect women of Quraysh. All right.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Brother Prince, I want to give you an opportunity to rest your voice. I just wanted to end our conversation with a question that I thought you might find funny, but interesting nonetheless. So with respect to the fact that nothing makes water impure, and that and that the urine of a creature that is halal to eat is tahir.
Sure. But
so,
by the way, do you know that you can eat a Muslim according to Islam?
That opens up a part 2 to the question that I'm asking you, which is no problem, and I would love to get into that if we had time, but I at least want to touch on this point.
Okay, go ahead.
So here, with what you just said, consider that aspect when I ask this question. Okay.
All right.
So the urine of a creature that is halal to eat is tahir.
Is pure.
Correct?
Right? Uh-huh.
Yeah. So by that logic, I should be able to perform wudu with camel urine. And then hold on. Then follow up with the fact that Islam also decided to use the word water to describe semen. So technically, I should be able to perform my wudu with the semen of a camel. Does that sound accurate?
Sure. You know, if a Muslim he drink the camel urine, obviously that does not destroy his ablution, correct?
No.
So
technically it's clear. You should be able to wash your mouth out with camel urine, and actually, it would be cleaner.
For sure, if you are drinking it, I mean, this is more than washing your mouth. You are drinking it all the way to your body, to your stomach.
Medicine.
Right? Yeah.
Delicious.
Actually, there is a video. I can't find it, but it's in Arabic. But better I go because I'm losing my voice. Sorry.
No worries. I just I thought it would be fun to close on that note.
Yeah. Well, I hope one day, you know, we will have more women who they are so large and so white and so beautiful, because that will make, you know, women in different level of beauty. I hope women are listening and you get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then the camel could not carry you. And then Arabian men will line up to marry you. I guarantee you that, you know. Very big and very, very, very beautiful. And this is why Muhammad actually, when he spoke about the one mile ass, because they like big women, so he promised them that the women in heaven, her ass, not even 1 mile can fit for it. So all is connected, you know, the heaven, the description is what the Arab like, and the women, what they like in the ground, what they like to wear, what they like to see. Even the boys, who they are the servants, they are very white. So the white is an obsession. The fat is an obsession. The virgin is an obsession, because every Arabian man, he like to be the first man to have sex with this woman. Nobody have her before him. So all the promises fit with exactly the Arabian culture. Fit perfectly. And Muhammad exaggerate for sure to make it more attractive. Anyway, I really apologize. I'm losing my voice.
Oh, please don't apologize. Thank you so much for your time. I very much enjoyed our conversation, and thank you for answering my questions. I had a few of them, and I learned a lot. So I appreciate you.
You're welcome, brother. God bless you.
God bless you. Shalom alaikum. I'll be tuned in.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Take care. So guys,
God bless you.
God bless. I want to say thank you all for being here. I wish I can continue really, but you can tell I'm losing my voice. So I will try to come tomorrow. If my voice is functioning. These days I have a form of allergy, you know, which is bothering me. That's why I keep muting the mic to cough. I hope I will be done with it soon. And if I could tomorrow come, and I mean, we are already tomorrow actually, but I mean, in few hours from now, maybe 10, 12 hours, we will see. You will be notified in Patreon. And until we see you again, always remember that all what we share with you is nothing but the proof, the clear proof, clear evidence that Islam not only satanic, it's just so stupid, it's just so silly. Black stone was white, become black because of sin. Going to the Kaaba, touching stones, erase your sin. Saying Shahada, all sin is forgiven. Allah and the angels praying on Muhammad. The whole concentration is about Allah worship Muhammad. So in one hand they say Allah is the God, but the reality is Allah himself is exist for the sake of Muhammad. So Islam is a very pagan religion about worshipping a man, his name is Muhammad, to the point he changed his name from Qatham or Mudhammam to the word praised one. The name of Muhammad itself is an assault on God, because if Muhammad is the praised one, so who is God? So this is a clear evidence, all what we share with you today. And please don't forget to download the video, especially the part where we expose this idiot who claimed to be a doctor about the stupid things he said. Download the video, publish it everywhere. Maybe, I hope, he will watch it and he will see how stupid he is. Maybe he will repent and he will leave Islam and he will save himself from the devil and his religion. So thank you all for being here. May the Lord bless you. God is good. So is Jesus. And we are the crusade. See ya.